Call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. My name is Joe McGivern, Chair of the Holyoke City Council's Finance Subcommittee. Members of the committee to my left, Councilor Kevin Jordan. To my right, Councilor Peter Tomlin, followed by Councilor Juan Anderson Burgos. Our fifth member is joining us on Zoom, Will PUELLO. On Zoom, we also have Councilor Jose Maldonado and a number of other guests. We are on Zoom, being recorded on Zoom. We are live. We are on the cable access network. We are being streamed, and we are live in City Council chambers. Because we are hybrid, we will be doing roll call votes on a lot of things. We'll take a general roll call vote in a second to get through it. We do have a hefty agenda, but a lot of people have been warned that we've actually got an early start tonight to accommodate some of our guests. But with that in mind, we will be as quick as we can be, but we will be thorough and certainly diligent with what our responsibilities are. We are now being joined by Councilor Bartley.
He's a remote, so you can take it.
So the chair will entertain a quick motion that all routine votes we'll take a one roll call vote for all routine votes, and on any final votes, we'll take a roll call.
All votes will be done by
I'll
roll
second
call.
that.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, any
Aye.
opposed, so moved. So let's get right to item number one, which goes with item number two, but more stands alone at the moment.
Motion to take item number one off the table.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to take item number one off the table, introduced by Councilor McGee and Councilor Murphy-ROMBOLETTI. It's an order that the CPA board members be requested to give an update to the program and a presentation to the City Council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. We have with us tonight Megan McGrath-Smith. Megan?
She's right there.
Megan is on Zoom. Welcome. We appreciate it. Is there any other members of CPA tonight?
Just me.
Okay, well, just you is always a pleasure, and we appreciate you being here. Megan, I know you're going to make a presentation. The floor is yours. The second item on the agenda is the request to put a ballot question on this coming November about giving the voters a choice of I think we're at the 5-year mark of CPA, the tax itself. But more important, the presentation of what's been going on and from you and your board members is much appreciated. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right. Can everyone see the screen that I'm projecting?
Yes.
Okay. So this presentation is it's an overview, and you'll see that I tilted it to really lead into some financial information because, of course, I'm presenting to finance. Okay, so just some brief and brilliant info on CPA. So there's 194 CPA communities, and 70% of Massachusetts citizens live in a CPA community. It is funded, the CPA Trust Fund is funded by all citizens through transactions, the Registry of Deeds. And the state legislature has also voted several times, especially recently, to add additional surplus funding to the trust fund. And that is where that state match comes from. And you can see from this chart here that the state match has really varied over time. So when the CPA Trust Fund initially launched in 2002, there were only 34 CPA communities. So the trust fund was such that they could, match it 100%, right? That quickly was not possible as more and more communities joined. When CPA was enacted in Holyoke, the averages were in the upper 20s to to lower 20s. And that's been about where we've been the last 5 years of CPA. So you can see that the 2018 match was 19%. The following year was 23.9%. To 2020 was 28.63%. 2021 was a kind of a watershed year with all of the additional COVID funding that they had access to. They really added a lot in surplus to the CPA Trust Fund, and so there was a 43.84% match. Last year was 38.5%. So we're still sort of at that upper end right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to add surplus funding to the CPA Trust Fund, but I doubt that we're going to get to years like 43% again anytime soon or with any real regularity. Okay, so we are a 1.5% surcharge community. Some have opted into the highest level possible, which is 3%, which increases their local tax levy and thus their access to the greater state match. 2% and 3% communities are also invited into additional rounds of funding by the state, which we currently don't have access to. But 1.5% is average for the CPA communities. Holyoke has an automatic exemption on the first 100,000 of property value. Without this automatic exemption, the average single-family contribution this year would have been $66.48, right? And that would have effectively led, with the additional state match, to a CPA budget that was around $1.6 million, right? Our budget this year was around 802. It was 802,642, and that was because we do have an exemption on that first $100,000 of property value. A lot of that in Holyoke comes from an understanding of the kind of community that we are in. We have folks who are struggling, including some, a lot of seniors who are in fixed income. So that was sort of put in as an automatic exemption in order just to honor that. All right, so in 2022, the average value of a single home was $219,000 and 470, and the average single family home paid $34.51 to the CPA fund. This year, the average single family property value has gone up a bit. So the average now is $236,000, and the average single family home paid $38.34 towards the CPA fund this year. The 2023 budget. So you take the average single family home paying $38 and change, and the total raised by your own community was estimated to be $582,000 and change there. The state match was 38.51%, which meant we had a state match of around $219,000, and that gave us our overall budget for the year of a bit over $802. Okay, 10% must be spent in each category each year or saved towards that category in the future. There are no housing applicants this year, just like there were none last year. And as a result, right, that 10% gets saved to that category for future years for housing applicants as they come forward. And up to 5% can be used to cover administrative costs. So this slide gives you a sense of our budget this year.
Megan?
So we have the, yes.
You kicked out for 1 second right after you said a sense of your budget.
Oh, okay, sorry. So we have our $802,000 from this year's tax levy and state match, plus a little bit over $201,000 from the fund balance. That is from funding that either we recommended through city council for projects and maybe that project didn't happen, right? And so money was returned to us. Sometimes, we provide funding towards a project and it comes in a little bit under, comes back in. Often we don't recommend funding up to the last dollar because we want to be conservative. We're always dealing with estimates, right, concerning our tax receipts. Usually it comes in a little bit over what we estimate, but we always like to be conservative, and so we don't ever spend or recommend spending right up to that last dollar. So that's always a good thing, to be able to roll over a little bit to the next year. It gives you a cushion. It also allows you to save a little bit for a rainy day. If a really big project comes in the following year, you want to have enough funding to be able to respond to it. We can spend up to $40,000 in admin budget this year. We have $80,000 that we can't spend because we don't have housing applications, and so that gives us $883,541.27 for historic and open space and rec projects this year. This is how we score all projects. So the way that we go through our process is all applicants give an eligibility form. That form is then researched by Amy Landau, our staffer. We use our resources, which include the City Solicitor and the CPA Coalition, in order to understand what is eligible and what is not. We respond to the applicant. They then come back to us with a full application, sometimes amending pieces of it in order to be eligible. They present in a public meeting, and then their applications along with their presentations are scored using these criteria. So goals alignment, benefit to the city, public support, supporting documentation, project feasibility, sources of funding, and restrictions and contractual processes. You'll note that in order to be scored as excellent, we're really looking for multiple letters of support and positive public comment. We're looking for projects that are going to immediately improve citizens' quality of life and expand the city's tax base. We're looking for sources of funding where we are filling a partial funding gap or providing local funding or first-in money that then allows them to leverage funds from other sources. A project can't be scored as excellent without that. Okay, so what have we accomplished over the past 5 years? This screen here is just a screenshot from our website where we have an interactive map, and I would really encourage everyone to go to the CPA website that we redesigned this past year and really look at this interactive map, because you can click on any of those icons there and it will bring you to a description of the project. It will bring you to, in many cases, photographs of the project or news stories that were published or videos that were made to explain the projects. I will say CPA is in the news a lot. People really like to hear about good things happening in their community, and many of our projects have been featured in news stories. Okay, this is a list of all of the historic preservation projects. So we have, of course, 3 categories: open space and rec, affordable housing, and historic preservation. Historic preservation has a lot of projects. It's the most number of projects. And it really ranges from the City Hall stained glass windows to Smith's Ferry cemetery restoration, tiny projects, right? Like the city annex lantern restoration was a $500 project, all the way up to projects that were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So there's a real range in the historic projects from little to big. Then there's a lot of multi-year projects. The Lady Liberty was a study 1 year, and then the monument restoration along with the state match the following year. The City Hall stained glass windows has already happened in 3 phases. There'll be a 4th phase, probably a 5th phase of that project as we continue to support that until it's completed. Open space and recreation. They're in the same category, but I did split them out because I do think that they feel like different types of projects. Open space, we had our first ever land acquisition in FY19, which was the Glautak Woods land parcel up in Rock Valley. That then came in to be then trail developed the following year. Again, a lot of projects come to us in phases. We're following them through to completion. From kind of the initial acquisition or to the initial study or idea, conceptual phase, all the way up to implementation. Scotts Tower Anniversary Hill land acquisition was our second land acquisition, and that was a really awesome partnership with Kestrel Land Trust and a lot of work with the city to make that work, so that we could purchase those acres north of Scotts Tower and start to prepare for a really different renovation of that park, bring it back from kind of up to its former splendor, but kind of shifting it, right, with a new entrance and with some really thoughtful work from Uni Glogauer. Again, that's going to be in multiple phases. So, the second phase came in as 25% schematics for $30,000 last year. And we just voted last night on the second part of that phase. Recreation, the Boys and Girls Club playground is still our most expensive project to date. Mayor Field playground and field improvements, community field toddler playground fence at Community Field, the plaque for Mary Miranda at Eli Field, and the Miracle League fully accessible playground, which is going to go in this spring at Kennedy Park. You'll notice that the recreation projects are the most expensive single project, right, for line items, and that they often come in at, $210, $350, right? It's expensive to put in a playground. So those projects tend to be our most expensive. Okay, affordable housing. Valley Opportunity Council came to us in FY19 for their 2 Chestnut Street buildings. We've been working with them. They've now, broken ground and started doing some really great work on those buildings to bring them back into code and back into just being in really great shape, right? This is for exterior work as well as for windows. Underneath the historic side, under the affordable housing side, it's on, updating apartments, making them really good places to live. Habitat for Humanity, they built 2 houses on Jackson Street, both of which are now, have their owner occupancy tax for $120,000. And then Wayfinders Library Commons 2 for $250,000. That project in particular is a good example of community leverage. So, housing, man, the more I learn about how housing works, makes you wonder how we can do any of it, because it's really complicated. And the amount of funding they're trying to put together from a number of different sources means that they often need a community sort of first in money to prove that there's skin in the game, or they can't get access to state or federal funding. And so Wayfinders came to us and was able to work with us along with the city to come up with the percentage they needed in order to be able to access state and federal money. And they were able to come in with millions of dollars of funding as a result. So, yes, it's a good chunk of our budget at $250,000, but if it's being used to then garner, bring millions of dollars into the city, that's a big win. Okay. Here is a chart that shows you totals by category at the end of last year. So historic preservation, just under $1 million, 37% of the total. Open space and rec, 1.2 million at 47% of the total. And affordable housing at 420,000 at 16% of the total. That gives you a sense of how we're recommending funding to City Council on category. Okay, CPA budgeting. I think that's a repeat of a former slide, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so this is a shot from our workbook on the left. Last year, we hired a financial consultant. We had been working with our former chair, Andrew McMahon, for several years. Ever since he was chair, he had stayed on to support as he could with financial documentation. And it just became too much to expect any volunteer to be able to do, especially one that had left the committee. There was no one on the committee that had the kind of accounting and financial experience that we needed. So last year, we reached out and we found someone who was already doing this work for another CPA community and was able to come on as a consultant for us. They were able to then take all of our documents and actually format it into a really usable workbook. So that has been exciting. CPA budgeting is complex, particularly because funding has to be garnered to specific categories, and the rest of it goes to the fund balance. And then you have to maintain all of that tracking over time, especially as what's awarded is not necessarily what's expended. And then in some cases, you're tracking the balance and also the money that's returned. So that is a lot of work that we've been able to do between Amy Landau and the auditor and the city's accountants, and the financial consultant has been really getting a solid grasp on all of our funding. Because now that we're in year 5 of funding cycles, and there's a lot of projects that we start that sometimes take years to complete, there's a lot of projects now that we've been tracking for 5 years through different invoices, or simply waiting for them to be actually shovel ready and ready to go. Admin costs by fiscal year. So I said earlier that you can spend up to 5% of the budget. So for FY18, that was our first year, but not a funding cycle. So that first year that we started, the committee was creating their bylaws, was collecting the tax surcharge, and was coming up with the preservation plan, which they then printed. A lot of the costs from that first year came from hiring a firm to do the preservation plan work with them, and then to get it printed. 2019, we had hired a staffer, and I think maybe part of 2018 we had as well, but it wasn't for the vast majority of 2018. They might have been brought on at the end of that year. And then 2019 was around 28,000. 2020 was 19, 2021 was 23, 2022 was 33. One of the reasons why it went up in 2022, one is we voted as a committee and went through the entire, process that we had to go through in order to give our staffer a raise after working for us for 4 years, kind of to bring her hourly salary into line with other CPA administrators in nearby towns. We worked with a woman named Joanne Pimentel to do a redesign of our website. We worked with Louis Salazar to create videos and start really making sure that we were documenting the projects that we were doing and starting to really create a website that could share to the community how their taxes are being spent. And we also brought on the financial consultant that will do that work for us to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to do and we're being above board. The CPA or admin budget pays for the CPA administrator, financial consultant, website design and support, newspaper notices for our public meetings, CPA coalition dues, supplies, technology, and services like Sign Now for contracts. Are there any questions at this point?
Fair enough. Any questions to the committee?
I have just one or two questions.
Okay, if Megan, if we can, Councilor Jordan has a couple questions.
Sure.
Yeah, great. Megan, great job on this presentation. Thank you very much for being so thorough. It's really appreciated. Is the person who's the CPA administrator, is this person a city employee or does this person work in like a consultant role? The reason I'm asking that is, are there benefits and vacation time and retirement benefits and all of that we need to be considering?
I wish there was.
Okay, very good.
No, so Amy Landau is our CPA administrator, our staffer. She's it's sort of an odd piece to have a part-time city employee because I don't know if there are any other part-time city employees, but she is one. She's our staffer. And like many people in her position, like she, puts it together by also working for like Westfield's Council on Aging.
Oh,
right?
okay.
But yes, I would love it if there was a way to make that position one that had benefits. But at least in the meantime, we were able to raise her salary so that it was worth her while to stay.
Sure.
Now that she has a lot of experience, we'd like her to.
Sure. I just want to make sure when you say the admin, are we considering all of the costs? That's what I wanted to just make sure about that. I'll see if in your presentation, if you have any discussion about, we've had a lot of the shifting since this has occurred over the last 5 years, particularly like residential paying, commercial paying. I don't know if you have any of those statistics. Then we talk about, because obviously when this was originally envisioned, one of the selling points was, hey, the mall's going to be our number one CPA payer. And then as we know what happened there, their tax rate went in half because their assessment went down so much. But of course, residential has gone way up. And I wanted to ask you if there's any way, I'm not sure this is allowed in the legislation currently, but maybe you would know if there's any discussion about indexing the 100,000 for inflation, that kind of, because $100,000 now is that threshold when it was originally rolled out a number of years ago did not include, a lot more people. Now there's more people, homes are worth more, and as we're seeing, it's going up a lot over the past number of years. I think, we've seen, I'd have to get my chart out, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we've had probably $50,000, maybe $60,000 added to the average single-family home value in the last 5 or 6 years. So
I'm doing the math right now while you're talking.
Oh, okay.
So it's 16,792 is how much the average evaluation went up because a lot of houses were reevaluated this year.
Well, this year, but I'm saying since CPA started. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have to work with the tax collector's office to come up with that. They were able to come up with the average single family home, so just so we had a little bit of a comparison over time, so that we know that, it went from, $34 to $38 from last year to this year because so many houses were reevaluated.
Right.
I could go back further,
Well, I
for sure.
guess,
I would just have to ask the tax collector to get that information.
yeah, I guess if you could take a peek, or I'll try and do it on my own too, but some of us, like, I'm supportive of what you're doing, and I'm supportive in particular. I know you have a great committee, you have a very conscientious committee, and you're doing a lot of great work. On the other hand, there are some who are concerned about the tax implications and sensitivities around it. And I'm wondering, in one breath, there's some that are saying, let's have a rate reduction, right? From the 1.5 to the 0.5. I think there's actually something to have the public weigh in on that. But I'm wondering, is there perhaps a middle ground on some of that? Like, is it even able, if we wanted to lift the 100 to 125, say, would that be an option, or is that something the state would allow us to do? I'm not sure that we could, but I was just sort of thinking if we could index that to inflation a little bit so we're sensitive over the long haul, because these home values are likely not going radically down. They're only going to keep going up. And for people that might feel the pinch of this a little bit more, because I know it's only $38 is the average, but I think when it started, it was like 20. So it actually has doubled, believe it or not, in like the last 5 years. So 20 to 40, some people would say that's not a big deal. But for some folks, that might be a big deal in light of all the other property tax bill increases that they're facing in utility and all those other points. So just something I wanted to have you consider.
Yeah, I think this is something that was in the way that it was approved by the taxpayers. So I think in order for a surcharge exemption to be shifted, then I think you're just talking about a different ballot question.
Okay.
$100,000 was a standard when CPA came in, because I was looking through to see, of all of the CPA communities, how many have that surcharge, and a number have that surcharge exemption, and it's always 100,000. I didn't see anyone that deviated from that.
Yeah. I'm not even sure it can be changed. I'll have to research it a little bit more. Maybe that's in the legislation and we can't change it.
No, because a number of communities don't have any exemption. But it seems like communities either chose, do we want to have an exemption? Oh, this is the one that folks seem to be building in. Let's build in 100,000, whereas other communities don't have any exemption at all.
No, my point was not that you can't go lower. My point is, I believe there may be limits that you can't go higher than 100. That was sort of my point. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Megan, I just want to echo Councilor Jordane's words, very thorough and informative presentation. Thank you on that. I want to thank you for the work you and the committee do. It's been incredible run over the last 5 years, and we all had not concerns or thoughts about this in the beginning, but you and your committee and the city have proven it to be incredibly effective at a reasonably or actually very low cost to the taxpayers. Our next item on the agenda, is there any more questions for Megan, if you could hold on for a second? Our next item on the agenda may or may not be finalized tonight or discussed tonight, but it just goes hand in hand with your presentation. I know you have a commitment. If you have to go, we thank you and we appreciate this. Your PowerPoint tonight, does Jeff have that in a format?
Yes.
You can get a copy to us?
Yes. I also have 3 slides on the surcharge question if you want me to show those.
Yeah, I think it'd be worth it. Why don't we take up the question?
Motion to take 2 off the table?
Motion made, second to take item 2 off the table. This is the second time we've had it before the committee. It's introduced by Councilor Bacon, Councilor PUELLO, that our city solicitor draft a ballot question for the next eligible election for voters to decide if the CPA tax should be reduced 1.5 to 0.5. Goes on to cite their reasons for this. Off the table for discussion, to the makers of the order, we have Megan for a little bit more. She has a commitment this evening. Is it okay if she shows our slides to Councilor Bacon and Paulo first, and then we can talk about what our next steps are?
Sure.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right, Megan, let's see those slides. Megan, you're muted.
Sorry, when I moved my thing over, somehow I muted myself. Okay, so I was trying to understand what would the effect of this be from the committee level. So I was imagining if there had been a 0.5% surcharge this year instead of a 1.5%, what would have been the effect? So our overall budget, instead of being 802, would have been 267. And then again, because we have to encumber that 10% to each category, we would have had, 80,000 to historic, 80,000 to open space and rec, 80,000 to affordable housing. The general fund, right, was 521. So all of that shifts once you move it to a 0.5, right? So if the overall budget is, 267,000, then you get 26,000 goes to historic, 26 goes to open space and rec, 26 to affordable housing, and 173 goes to the general fund. The piece that I actually started to realize was more problematic for our committee was what happens to administrative costs. So because we are limited by the legislation, you cannot spend more than 5% of your budget on the admin budget. So this year, we can spend up to $40,000, given what we've, spent over the last 2 years in order to pay for all of the, services and folks that we have to pay for to function. Last year it was $33,000 in admin. But under a 0.5% surcharge, you can't spend more than $13,000 on admin. So then what? Like, what do you do then? So, this gives you a sense of like, these were the projects that came to us that year, and we, recommended $770,000, right, in funding. So if you only had 267, but you can't spend it on a single project because you have to encumber funding to each of the categories. So at most, sorry, I'll go back one slide here. You would have, $26,000 for a category plus the general fund. So you would have roughly $200,000 that you could spend in any one category because the other money has to be spent in the other categories. So if you look at what we put funding towards last year, we could have done the City Hall stained glass, but not the Wisteria Hearst repainting and exterior repairs. Or we could have done the O'Connell building, but not Wisteria Hearst and stained glass. We could not have done Miracle League playground because we would only have had $200,000. So that's just something to think about at the project level. At the admin budget, part of my concern is that if you only have $13,000, then I can't have a staffer anymore. Or we have to severely reduce those hours in order to somehow have someone for 2 hours a week so that, someone can be answering emails and supporting meetings to occur. But all the other tasks would have to get staffed out to existing city departments because we wouldn't have anybody that's crafting contracts or, maybe you can keep the finance consultant, but not have a staffer. So I just have concerns about how you would pay for the committee and what the effect would that be on other city departments if we are limited by how much we can spend by admin.
Thank you, Megan. And to the makers of the order and to the members of the committee, this item 2 is on the agenda tonight for obvious reasons. It doesn't mean we have to finalize anything, but certainly look to have a quick discussion about what the next steps might be. Would Councilor VACON or Councilor PUELLO like to address the committee?
Mr. Chairman, Linda VACON here.
Councilor VACON.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Megan, for your presentation. So I think what we're really talking about here is right-sizing a program to meet the undue burdens that the taxpayers in our city have been sharing with us now ever since COVID. And along with the increasing prices in every single service in the city, many at double digits percentage-wise, the people are just under a lot of stress from multiple sources economically. So this was a program that was instituted 5 years ago when we were in a better place than we are now. And so I'm seeing this as a response to concerns expressed by taxpayers and in both camps, residential and businesses, because they've been suffering greatly in the last few years as well. And that this would be a modification that could down the road then, should things improve and become more possible, could be changed yet again, which is why it is not in order to discontinue the program completely, but to reduce it during a time of hardship for our taxpayers. Now, this program was initiated, as has been mentioned in the presentation, by the City Council. Otherwise, it would be the citizens creating a petition. But because the City Council took on that role, which some of us did not think was the way to go, we are now in the position of needing to vote it out in order for the citizens to have a say on a matter which directly affects their pocketbook. And so I think it's only a matter of fairness, and perhaps the citizens will decide that it is okay the way it is. However, there has been enough concern raised that the burdens are extremely difficult, to the point of people voicing that they have paid for their homes and are struggling to stay in their paid for homes at this point, that I think it's only fair to put it to the voters. And we can just essentially use the same language we used in the first place. The 5 years are up. I think some of the projects have been very good. I was an early and strong supporter of the stained glass window project. The only thing that I would say is then when CPA came in, all the private fundraising for the window project stopped. And I don't particularly think that's real healthy in a community. I think voluntary contributions by citizens are a really good way to do projects in the community and get buy-in. So I think that is a little bit of something that can be lost when we turn it over to a more governmental handling of things. However, having said that, I do think that that is a wonderful historical preservation project as one example. So that really is my thumbnail sketch, if you will, for the motivation around putting the question forth. And as a matter of good government, I think every 5 years at a minimum, the question should be put forth in one form or another to the public to be able to weigh in on something that affects them directly in their pocketbook. So thank you. If there's any other questions of me, I'd be happy to try to answer them also.
Thank you, Councilor Bacon. Councilor Puello has his hand up. Councilor Puello?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to thank Councilor, I put my hand down. I wanted to thank Councilor Bacon. I mean, I think she said everything I wanted to say. And I wanted to thank the CPA chair too for her presentation and for the work that she's done. Yeah, I just really like the part that when Councilor Bacon was mentioning about just putting this up to vote on the ballot for voters to decide what they thought was best. I mean, that's really all I wanted to harp on. But again, I wanted to thank Councilor Bacon for filing this. Thanks a lot.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Councilor Bacon?
I would ask that the committee moves this out to the council for action, because we are going to be on a timeline to be able to get it on the ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a timeline. I don't know the exact date, but there is one with the city clerk, and we have to have the language in place and file it. So with no other hands up, I'm just going to weigh in for a couple things. Ballot questions are a good way of checking the pulse of the public itself, of the taxpayers. But ballot questions are yay or nay answers. And I've always favored a ballot question that is as simple as possible. It can't be leading, can't be misleading. It just has to give the voters a choice. We drafted a ballot question and we came up with a 1.5%, which is less, or it was average of the statewide CPA communities, but at the same time, less than the obvious high percentage of choice, which would be the 3% itself. So the question needs to be drafted in a way that it gives the voters a way to understand. I think, and again, Megan's presentation tonight is part of education for voters to understand the history of where their dollars have gone and the dollars in the future, the way they would go, not just for projects, but the way they would be spent in terms of percentages. So I'm not against a ballot question, but the wording needs to be as simple as possible and not leading in any way for either the yay or the nay, but to allow both sides to be able to put as much educational information out there as possible before the election. And that's just where I'll be coming from. Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I would say it would stand to reason that we would just use the language from whatever it was 5 years ago and just change 1.5 to 0.5, and however the public wants to vote on it, let them decide. I took some heat 5 years ago or so when I voted to put this on the ballot the first time. I had a number of constituents who were dead set against this. They saw this as nothing other than another tax. But my policy on it was let the people vote. And I'm going to stand by the same policy this time around, which is let the people vote. And some people will be happy with that, some people will not, but the way I look at it is we're a democracy, and this is the people's decision. They get to decide if we sit in these chairs or somebody else gets to do the work that we do, or same with these things on taxes. So it stands to reason that I think we should, send, and I believe it's very prescriptive as to what has to be said in these ballot questions, to your point. So I would think that we would want the law department to, either give us the language or send it up there. I think we could pass this tonight and then have the language for next Tuesday and use the same language. But that to me is the thing. And if the public wants to keep it, they want to keep it. And if they don't want, there's a lot of reasons to support it. And then on the other hand, a lot of people feel very strongly that they would like to get some tax relief, and they feel that we're increasing taxes in other areas. And a lot of these things should be funded with the other tax levy money that we're doing. It isn't theoretically. It isn't like these things can't be done with general fund tax revenue. This is an extra tax on top of the regular property tax. So some have argued that, why do I need two taxes? Just use the money properly in the first tax, the big one that I'm giving you, that I send down every quarter. So, without getting into the pros and cons of all this, the way I look at it is let the people vote. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I think you all bring good points to the table, but as Councilor Jordan mentioned, let the people vote. And what I just want to point out is this is a councilor-driven voting season, and I think that the turnout is not going to be great like when it's a mayoral season. So I don't think it's a fair shot for the city as a whole if we're going to vote on something that's going to drastically change the CPA at all. It's just my opinion. I think it should wait till the mayoral.
Thank you. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more with that statement. But let me speak on why I think this ballot question should go out. The controversy a few years ago, Mr. Chairman, wasn't that we put on the ballot; it was that how we put on the ballot. So the choices were do it through a city council committee, or have the necessity for the advocates to want to have to collect hundreds, if not thousands, of signatures. That was a controversy, Mr. Chair. And out of fairness, we didn't do it at that point based upon timing, whether there was a mayoral vote. It was a vote. It was a municipal ballot. That's what it was about. If we say I mean, 5 years are up now, and we talked about it then, that we'll revisit it. We'll have a chance to do it 5 years ago. We did. It passed, whatever it was. I think it was south of 55%, but I don't remember. I'll defer to Councilor Jordan on that because he has a better memory of elections than I ever will. But the issue was, even though I didn't support it, I didn't vote for it, but I certainly supported putting it on the ballot through a city council process, and I got a lot of bad feedback on that instead of making them collect all the signatures. What's fair is fair. So my only question to the committee and to city council that I'll have is whether it should be 0.5% or 1%. I don't necessarily support the proposed language, so I would want to have, especially in light of what we just heard by the CPA chair, I think the sentiment is important, to give taxpayers relief and yet still have the program go forward, because I think it has been largely, other than maybe 2 projects on there, I'm not going to mention them, but I didn't support them, but so be it. The vast majority of the projects I voted for, and I'm proud that I voted for them, and I'm proud that we have the ability now to preserve those. I don't know why we don't, the housing thing, that's a debate for another day. That's not why we're here. So I'm hopeful that we'll move this along tonight, that we'll have, I'd like to see a couple different, whether 0.5% or 1%, but that's just me. I'll let, the committee's going to decide what it decides. If necessary, I'll make a motion next Tuesday based upon what I think it should be. So I'm hopeful that it'll move out of committee, it'll go before us next week, it'll pass next week, it'll be on November's ballot, and we will let the voters decide this year, just like we did 5 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bartley, and if not tonight, I'll certainly support the 1%, if nothing else, as the city council meeting itself. I also like what Councilor Jordan said about the looking to index the exemption amount from 100,000 up, because if we're able to do that, I think that would even be a better position for all taxpayers, and at the same time, we could avoid playing games, or not playing games, playing numbers games, trying to figure out how to put this question together and allow people to get a real choice and not just a yay or nay. Councilor Tallman for the first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that the group, the CPA committee, has done a wonderful job in bringing a lot of projects to the city that possibly we never would have got done if we didn't have them. And I'm all for putting this on the ballot. The ideas that came forward earlier tonight about raising the 100,000 threshold and possibly the 1%. A savings is a savings, and with this question coming up to put on the ballot, maybe if it's possible, I know it should be clear, but would you really have 1.5, 1%, or 5.05%? And she showed us what the difference was with the 0.5%. It could possibly even loosen somebody, the staffing person. And there's a lot of projects that wouldn't get done. But it is definitely, we did put this on the ballot 5 years ago. We did say that we would revisit it. I'm glad Councilor VACON and Councilor PUELLO put that forward, that this was something that we could look at in 5 years. It was a great presentation tonight that's shown us what has been done in the last 5 years in all the areas of the development in the city, and how the CPA has really moved forward professionally and getting some projects done that are very important, that most of the citizens of Holyoke, I believe, were really an excellent choice. And they are shown that they are vetted through this process. It was an excellent committee that they have going. And I agree that it is a lot better for the council to vote to put this on the ballot. And I'm ready to get this moved out to the full committee and have this on the ballot for the November election. Thank you.
Before I recognize 2 people online, just Councilor Jordan on the committee.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I was thinking, if this is something the committee wants to consider, is we could potentially have two questions, one at 1% and one at 0.5%. And then the public could have their sort of their choice, like a menu. You know, they could have say, well, I want to lower it by this or not. Just something for us to consider. The only thing I will say, and I forgot to make this point earlier, was I have been supportive of the work. And I did want to mention, though, that one of the concerns that I have seen is that one of the things that a lot of people rally and support for the CPA is the fact that these are important public projects, that if we didn't have a CPA tax, you would have to pay for this stuff with regular tax money. So it is saving the citizens money. The concern, and I'm going to mention it because I don't know if she's still here, but maybe she had to leave, but I think the CPA committee needs to be very careful that they don't give the money away to private organizations, because that's when they're going to start to begin to delegitimize some of these dollars, because even people like me, and I think people would say I'm pretty fiscally conservative around here, right? Certainly maybe on one end of the pendulum. Even I have been supportive of what they're doing, because I say, well, you know, we got to pay for the City Hall windows and the work that they're doing at Jones Point and this and that, at Scotts Tower, and the other type of work that's going on, the beautiful playground going in at Kennedy Park. These are wonderful public projects. We would have to pay for these otherwise, right? So, but on the other hand, if money starts going to private groups, okay, then that isn't something that we would normally use with tax money. So I did want to just say, just be careful, because there's a lot of people that have been supportive of this overall, and I just wanted to make that point. I think is important in the conversation. So thank you.
For the first time, Councilor Jose Maldonado.
Where we are. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly just say a couple of things. One, sorry, I'm just trying. First of all, to Councilor Anderson Burgo's comment, I agree with it. I think it's one of those things where if we want to get more people, the more voices of Holyoke, do it during a year that has bigger turnout. The reality, though, it's only like 1,000, 2,000, probably more. And I think the conversation around voter turnout in this country, you know, it is an abysmal number, but it's nothing that we're going to figure out in this election cycle. So with that said, I think as far as what other people are saying in the committee, everyone's sort of in agreement that this will end up being a ballot question. What I would say is, if we are going to do a ballot question, it should just be one. I know Councilor Jordan just mentioned having like a menu item. I think, you know, to Councilor McGivern's point, it should be something very specific, very direct, that it's very black and white, so that when we are, as this campaign season, as we're talking to the voters, that we are, you know, not spreading any misinformation and being very clear in what the yes and the no is. So yeah, I just wanted to say that point, and also tell Megan, thank you so much for the presentation. I learned a lot more about what CPA is. It is scary that a lot of these projects may be on the line, but I hope that if this ends up being a ballot question, I hope that we can do the best work possible to make sure that this is a 1.5%, so that we can actually keep working on these amazing projects in our city. So I hope whatever ends up becoming of this, it turns out what's the best for the city and what's best for Holyokers. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? The committee think about an amendment for 1%? I'll make the amendment if anybody wants to second it for discussion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion made and seconded
Second.
to amend the 0.5% to 1%. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, again, I'm not wedded to the whole thing about having two options. I think the 1% makes a lot of sense too. Maybe we see where we're at with that. That makes, I was just saying maybe we have a menu options or 2 questions, but that's fine. It would seem to me that then we would double the staffing money, right? Would go from the 14,000 more to like the 28 or so. So maybe that would work. And I guess when we consider too the amount of money that was raised when it started, we would probably be back to a more similar number to that, of like the $500,000 versus the 800,000. So it wouldn't be it would be sort of like inflation adjusting where it would sort of happen if the public, again, this is all their choice, wants to do.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would advocate for the voters to have 2 choices if you're going to increase it. I hear the argument for the staff position. When a program is downsized, then normally those kind of functions go to a contractual position, or perhaps a department could pick up something like the minutes or functions of that sort. But I really think that the choice should be in the hands of the voters who are paying the taxes. And every time the council's taking control of what the rate would be, it's taking away a choice from the voters. And that was my argument against the council being the body to put it on the ballot in the first place. Our citizens are very able and capable of getting petitions together for initiatives that they choose. We've seen them come before us many times in this way. I really wish it had happened that way. But since it didn't, and we took that away from the citizens, I think in this instance, we should give them more choices rather than fewer choices. But I will defer, of course, to the will of the committee.
Thank you. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, Joe, Mr. Chair, sorry. I would just say that the 1 ballot question would be enough. I wouldn't have competing ballot questions. And I'm going to support the amendment at 1% when it comes to the floor next week. I wouldn't support the 0.5%. I wouldn't vote for it. But I think this is a compromise. It really, I think it meets the goals of the makers. I think it also shows that we're responsive to what the CPA chair put forth tonight. And I think it also shows that we're responsive to the taxpayers of the city. So I think this is a fair compromise, and I think we should just put it forth. Thank you.
And that is the amendment on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
I saw Jose had his hand up.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just want to reiterate, just, sorry, my support for 1 ballot question, if it is what it's going to be, because then we can just be talking about like, what are the different numbers, 1.1, 1.2, so it's just like, I think 1 ballot question, if that's what we're going to do. So I just wanted to voice that support. Thank you.
Thank you. First on the amendment, all those in favor, it's a roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment has been made to 1%, and now maybe a motion to adopt, refer to the city council, but with a quick run to the law department to make sure we have the language in good, simple, but legal form.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
On that motion, Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Okay, so each passes unanimous. It'll be before the city council next Tuesday if the law department, I'm pretty sure the law department can give us the language by then.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking it up timely.
Thank you, Councilor Bacon.
Motion to take item number 3 off the table for
Second,
discussion.
take item 3 off the table
Second.
for discussion. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? So moved.
Aye.
Introduced by Councilor McGee that the Holyoke Media come into the Finance Committee to give an update and discussion of appointments. We have with us from Holyoke Media, Scott. Scott, and anybody from Holyoke Media, please come in. Welcome to everybody. Thank you for the fine job you've been doing.
I think that's
Here's Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
Did you motion on item 1?
We did, but we didn't. Thank you my apologies. Item 1, motion, the chair will accept the motion that it was complied with.
Motion, item number 1 is complied with.
Motion made, second, item 1 was complied with. Counselor Jordan, Counselor Tallman,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos, Counselor McGee.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Puello.
Yes.
The Wizard of Oz caught the chair again.
Good job.
Passes unanimous. Thank you and welcome. Scott, can we introduce everybody? I know we've been here before, but it's been a while. Thank you to Holyoke Media for what you do. It's incredible. It's just unbelievable where it's come. But tonight, I think is Counselor McGee's order, but just give us a quick introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Scott McPherson. I'm the Executive Director of Holyoke Media. With me tonight is Jennifer Miskowski, the Board President, as well as Al Williams, the Board Treasurer.
And what the last name?
Williams.
Thank you. Okay, if Councilor McGee, I know is trying to get on. He's.
I'm also familiar with this. I had talked to the president about this
Okay.
earlier too. So
I know Councilor
could help.
Jordan is part of this. Councilor Jordan, did you want to talk about the purpose of the order? It's kind of
Yes.
straightforward, but.
Yes, I'll do my best to pinch hit for the president. This discussion came around, distinguished board members, regarding Holyoke Media, the charter, the board membership. Specifically, I had a conversation with the president about quite a number of vacancies that appeared on the board, particularly our own, right, that the council is supposed to have an appointment. I actually myself had said, hey, if nobody else is interested, I guess he had tried to get somebody to go. I said, I'd volunteer. And then it came back, city councilors are prohibited apparently from being one of the city council's representatives, if you can believe that. Go ahead, Jennifer.
All elected officials cannot be on the board.
Okay.
And that is by design. And I can talk about that if you'd like me to when you're ready.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the question is, when the city council makes appointments, and it sounds like we haven't had an appointment on this board, maybe ever. And the question is, let's get in a city council appointment. Let's do our job. And so I was willing to step up to the plate because I really support your work. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And the question is, what do we have to do to get this filled? And then, why couldn't, because the city councilors, serve on all kinds of boards around here. And we're actually having some discussions about that. And we make appointments from the school building committee to here, there. We try to be involved and participate in a lot of things. Maybe Jennifer, you could talk about why that rule came to be and, what we can do to work on filling and how are you making out with, are there, maybe you can go through the board composition for us. Sure. And then maybe we'll talk about getting those seats and then just how's it going, generally.
Sure. Yeah. So, do you want me to start with how the board is comprised, or where?
Why don't you walk through that, and then we can talk about the council appointment.
I kind of feel like I want to talk about why we made the decision. I was one of the founding board members, and I was part of the team that worked on the first set of bylaws that we are currently under. And when we were working on the bylaws, we on purpose said that we can't have someone who is holding a public office as a board member because it would basically create a conflict of interest. And so,
why is that, you felt?
Yeah, so let me go. I made some bullet points. If you'll allow
did
me
you?
to read,
By all means,
if you'll allow
please.
me to read
I don't
them.
steal your show.
So we're trying to create an even and balanced board that would allow the organization to do the important work of reporting local news and empowering citizen journalists to report the news. Yep. That's part of what we're trying to do. And as you, of course, know, a free and independent media is critical to democracy. And as a media organization, we cover local politics. And so an elected official on the board could create conflicts of interest or the appearance of bias, even if none existed. And that would put the staff and our citizen journalists in awkward positions. Of course, we understand that the nature of our contract as the city's contract with Comcast and then Holyoke Media's memorandum of understanding with the city creates a very unique situation. And for that reason, it was especially important to us that we create systems that both limit undue influence and any appearance of undue influence. So Holyoke Media is and must remain a place where everyone connected to Holyoke, no matter where they live or what money they have or who they vote for, everybody needs to be able to come and use that facility. And it's available to everyone in the whole city free of charge. And so everyone here in City Council chambers has free access to Holyoke Media. Everybody watching on the TV, everybody watching the stream. If you are connected to Holyoke, you can use all the services for free. And if you want to learn more about that, holyokemedia.org, you can join us. And we welcome all voices, including the voices of everyone here on the council. You're welcome to use the services and all of that. And so, so that's one part of it. Now, we understand that because, again, the unique situation that we're in with the contract with, or the MOU with the city and the city's contract with Comcast, of course you want to have oversight and understanding of what's happening there. And that is why we created on our board 3 seats that are appointed, one by the city council, one by the mayor, and one by the school committee, to allow you to have some insight into that without having any, quote unquote, undue influence or any appearance of undue influence or, as a media organization, we have to be above the fray, right? So that's what the intention was.
Okay.
And so we have sent letters to, at certain intervals because the seats are 3 years, to say, hey, it's time to appoint someone. And the mayor, the prior mayor, Alex Morris, appointed me, and the school committee, or the superintendent, appointed Mike Hines to serve that seat.
So he's the school committee seat
Yeah.
person? Okay, so Mike, who's phenomenal individual.
Yeah, he's great.
And you're the current mayor appointment?
Yes.
Okay, so you're on a 3-year term?
Yes.
Okay.
And so then, yeah, and we've sent letters, and they have been unanswered. Yeah, we would love for this to happen. We need this to happen. And so then there's other seats that are...
yeah, tell me about the other seats. There's
sure.
like that large
There's 5,
seats? Or...
Yeah, there's 5 directors that can be elected by the membership, and we're only just building our membership now. One of the things... I don't know if you know that we have the building at One Court Plaza.
Of course. Yeah.
And we got that before the pandemic, and we've been trying to build this organization for a while, and it's been a little slow going. It's been tricky, and especially the pandemic put a big crimp in that as the building was being completed. But the building is basically, this close to done. And so very soon we are going to be having a grand opening celebration welcoming the community, and certainly if anybody here wants a tour, they can have it. We're very, very, very close to being ready for the public to come, and there will be in the very near future, open hours where people can just come in, like drop-in hours. You can come in. We'll have classes, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, the 5 directors will be elected by membership. 1 director is appointed by the board of directors. And then any directors not appointed or elected shall be appointed by the board of directors.
So the total board has 9 members?
That is where we're supposed to be, yeah.
Okay. So who are the 5 elected right now?
At present, we do not have 5 elected. We have
Dennis Luziaraga.
Dennis Luceriaga,
Okay.
Gloria Caballeros Roca,
Okay.
Myself.
Al Williams,
Al.
Carrie.
Carrie Baker,
Carrie Baker.
and that's everybody. Yes, that's everybody.
Okay.
I think our articles or bylaws state there's a range for the board.
It's
So we're within compliance of that range, but we're not at full capacity.
Okay. So if you had all the seats filled, it's 9 people.
correct.
And you've got like 6 out of the 9 filled right now.
Correct.
Okay. And what do you have for staff? So there's Scott, right? You're the executive director, right?
Yep, correct.
And you're full-time, right, Scott?
Yes, yeah, we have 3 full-time staff, myself as
Okay.
the executive director, Natalia Munoz.
Oh,
who is
who we know very well.
Yep,
We see
who's
Natalia all the time. Yep.
the news director, and Johan Rashi Vega, who's the director of media engagement, handles all of our educational outreach.
Okay. Great. And I really liked your comment about, yeah, and I have no problem, naively perhaps, I just said, we've never had a city council rep, and I said, that's kind of embarrassing for the city council that we haven't appointed somebody. So I said, I'll step up to the plate if nobody is willing to do it. And I'm glad we're bringing some attention that we need to get, so we need to find a candidate. And maybe you guys can help us to, between the two of us to help to advertise to fill that. That would be great. I liked your point about, the neutrality and the lack of bias and all of that. So is that really instilled with the staff and that sort of message about, not having people going on social media, banging the local politicians, and then you're running Holyoke Media the next minute? It's like, do you try to keep that type of journalistic neutrality? Is that really important?
Yes.
Okay.
And I feel like you might be referencing an issue that happened in the past that is a personnel issue that we should probably not discuss on open air, but please understand that's been dealt with.
Okay. All right. Nothing actually immediately comes to mind, though, Jennifer, actually, believe it or not. I actually thought of something, but it may not be the same something you're thinking of, because, I don't know, maybe we're in a
and Councilor,
mind meld.
If I may, I'll also say we've ensconced in policy the fact that we are to act as an unbiased organization, and that staff members need to be aware of that, both professionally and personally.
Perfect. Appreciate that. Okay, so tell us about some of the great work that you're doing, and sort of the outreach and any of the sort of statistics and stuff that's going on. Obviously, you do a fantastic job covering our meetings, and that's greatly appreciated. How are things going?
Yeah, thank you. It's coming out of the pandemic, as Jennifer said, was a real challenge for us because so much of our work is instilled in working with people, together in a place. And we've, we started construction on our facility last August, where construction is done. We're finalizing tech integration right now. We're beginning to, in earnest, work with the public there, as we're able to schedule with people to come in, and we really work to meet people where they're at technologically, so that we're not, whether you have a very remedial skill set or a very high level skill set, that we try to work one-on-one with people right now to really speak directly to their specific needs of their projects. More to come. I would certainly encourage everybody who's interested to take a tour of the facility. I think it's very
Could you set
informative.
something up, Scott? I mean,
Yeah,
I think it would
absolutely.
be great for us to, and I know, Al, you've been, just like Jennifer, you've been here sort of at the origin of all of this, and appreciate everything you do as well. And maybe you could talk to the president and set something up for the council to come over, because
Be more than
it's
happy
been a
to.
while since I know myself have had a tour to go over and take a walk through. Is the high school, they had a setup up there too.
Yep.
Is that still going?
Indeed it is. Yeah,
Okay.
not only, both at the high school, and we've been working with Dean to develop their program over there
Cool.
recently as well. Very recently, but yes.
All right, great. I'll stop there. Thank you both for coming in. Really greatly appreciate everything you're doing for us.
Councilor Bartley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just make a brief comment, then I want to ask a couple of questions. I absolutely remember the interview, Mr. Chair. I remember it very well, and I remember that there were personal attacks against members of this body. There were broadcasts on that channel. They were particularly vicious. So I remember it distinctly, but I'll stop there. I'll happily talk about it offline with a counselor that may or may not be aware. Happy to do it. Okay, so
It was, I'm sorry.
Councilor Bartley's got the floor.
Okay.
We're not
Yeah,
in a debate here. We're just
Yeah.
trying to get the gist of the order out in the open. And if you wish to address it when Councilor Bartley's done, that's fine. But no one-on-one debate.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through the chair to any members over there. Are your meetings broadcast on Holyoke Media?
No.
Why not?
We looked into that after you brought that up with us before. We couldn't find an instance of another nonprofit locally or another public access station in the state that did. But what I will say is if you go to our website, holyokemedia.org, in the About section, all of our board meeting minutes are posted there, as well as all of the supporting materials, both reports and financial.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep going just through the chair. So it doesn't, when you say, Scott, that other media companies don't do that statewide, does that preclude you from doing this? Or is there something that precludes you from broadcasting your meetings on Holyoke Media? And I remember having the conversation a few years ago when you were here. So can you point to something that stops you, or prevents you from broadcasting your meetings?
Well, again, I don't see that there's anything that prevents us from doing that, but we are acting to be as thorough as we can with the documentation that we're providing and putting out there right now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So I'm just putting it out for the public. That's all. So I said a million times in here, we're not the U.S. Senate, thank God. But I'm going to ask my questions while I ask them. Okay, and then on Holyoke Media, have you sort of advertised for members? You've done that regularly.
Yes.
Done that regularly. Yes. Okay. I think you have. So okay, and then your communications relative to a city council appointee. How are they addressed, and when was the last time they were addressed?
When was the last time we sent a communication, or when was the last?
In the last year? I don't need the exact date.
Yeah, they get sent ostensibly every year.
Okay, all right. And just again to the chair, to anybody, as you probably are aware, because you broadcast all our meetings, we generally make our appointments in January, the first meeting in January. So there's several boards, waterworks, assessors, admin assistant. There's a few others that revolve, and those are almost inevitably made at the first Tuesday in January. Just for your consideration. So if we could add that to the list, I think that would be kind of a hand in glove type situation.
Definitely, yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Now, for the current vacancy, I mean, I think this body has the ability to take a vote tonight and to have an order filed for the next meeting, and then we can accept the. Jeff is obviously very diligent, and he'll post something, and we'll try to get a couple nominees, and we'll send them to public service. Chairman Tallman happens to be on this committee, and Chairman Tallman will. I'm sure we can have a meeting maybe in May. If that makes sense to chair, and we can have one or two candidates hopefully show up.
Fantastic.
And that would be, and then we would start the process.
Great.
In terms of this packet, I'm greatly appreciative of it. I know that, again, through Chair Scott and I have worked, and I know Al, and I don't know the other member very well, but that's okay. Al's been here many times over the years. And Scott, you've been here on a regular basis. I've worked very well with you both over the years, and I'm appreciative of all of you, but you two in particular, because I know the work that you do is very sincere and diligent and open. And I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bartley. Councilor Dunn.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you all for coming in. It seems like it was just yesterday you were here, Al, right? But probably about a year ago. I don't know, maybe
Longer, I think.
2 years ago. And I recognize you. I'm saying, hey, I think I know this guy from somewhere, you know. But thanks for the updates, and I think, Jen, that's important that we find out that we can get that appointment, and I'll work on that diligently, as Councilor Bartley said, to get a couple people, because that's our in with the board. So we have somebody who represents it, who report back to us to let us know what's going on, because rarely do we see you, except for our meetings and all the other work you do. Is there some kind of you got the media do it, but a marketing that you do to try to let people know that this is available? You said tonight, any people, the general public, anybody in the community can go down and see that and do some work, because sometimes people don't realize that, is this a private organization? Is it like a clique? Can anybody go there and work or see what they have? Is there really a strong network or strong marketing tool that you have to let people know we're open, come on down and we'll show you around and you can do some work here?
Yeah, absolutely. We're working with a marketing company now to help outwardly market both membership and the services that we offer, and that will continue over the course of the the rest of the year, certainly.
Okay, because I think that's important. And like I said, I haven't been down there. I remember when our planning and development was down in that building years ago. And
Very different.
No, it's probably a little bit different. And I like to,
If you haven't been there,
well,
it's going to be like walking into a totally different building.
I'm looking forward to it. As
Super
Councilor
gorgeous.
Jordan said, if we can set up a date where most of us can come down there and get a half hour tour would be important. I did look a little bit at the numbers. Was there the funding part? Is that still working okay with Comcast, where we have the MOU with a contract with Comcast?
Yeah,
and a portion of the money that is collected through the ratepayers, through us,
Yes.
that goes to this, to the board, to the programming.
Yes.
Now, does that seem sufficient, or is it?
I mean, so the thing with cable revenues is they always fluctuate based on subscribership. I think everyone knows what's going on with cable subscribership these days. And we definitely work beyond that to bring in programmatic grant funding for additional projects that we do.
Okay, because that's important too. I know we talked about that years ago. It was a good amount of money, and I think we talked that there was so much money in the account that you had, because a lot of citizens don't realize that they're paying their cable bill, and if it's $150, maybe $10 of that is going towards, the funding of the access channel.
And I would add, there is a funding threat on the horizon for what it is that we're doing here, and so Scott's doing a really great job on the fundraising front to try to develop sustainability in the organization. It's something that we're also going to have to look at from a policy perspective moving forward. There's work being done at the state level in this regard. There's work being done in the national level in this regard, and the city's going to be re-entering negotiations very shortly as well with the cable provider. So these are all fronts that we're aware of and working on together.
Yeah, that's important to keep this media, Holyoke community media, going on a regular basis, because it's vital. And you stated that you're supposed to be open to everything. You're not supposed to be biased. And I understand why an elected member can't really be on the board, because it could affect things, the way things come out. But for us to have a member of the community on there, I think is important, and that's something I think we should do, and try to, if you can, try to fill that other member, if you have one open spot or two open spots, to get that board, full, a full board. So I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
May I address that? I will just say, if anybody is interested in serving on this board, we'd love to hear from you. We are always, since we've been a board, we have not been full, and we have struggled to engage community members who want to come and do the work with us. And I mean, I think this is a problem for a lot of nonprofits, because it's hard, like everybody who is available to do this kind of work is kind of tapped out, right? Everybody needs people on their boards. But if there's anybody who's interested in media and wants to join us, please reach out.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Just to preface my remarks, Jennifer and Al, I think you already know this, but this man to your left is incredible and would be an asset to any organization. And I mean that sincerely, not just what he does here in City Hall, but it's just
Don't say this out loud. We don't want anyone to take him.
I understand, but you might be negotiating a salary, but we'll leave that for another night. Incredible, and I think you know that. The budget's been, or not the budget, the franchise fees have been running over $500,000 a year. And the two things I'm interested in, one, I think it's still in place, and I hope it always is. But the first one is there limitations to fundraising? I didn't realize you could fundraise. And is that governed by state law, or?
We're a private nonprofit, so we're able to fundraise within the guidance of nonprofits.
Okay, that answers my question. And going back to the MOU connected to the city is why I asked that question. But I'm glad to hear that, because I think it's important because of what you do. And I know there's a lot of people out there that want to donate to a worthy projects that you do have, that you do offer. My other one is more of a comment, and that's of the percentages of that comes in from those franchise fees. I think we're looking at 15% towards Holyoke High and 10% towards city things, which is very important to me. I said it in the beginning, Jennifer, you were here, Al, I think you were, is that, especially the educational components for the high schools is very important to us. Obviously, public access and our ability to be broadcast is very important to us. And my final comment is, though, shame on us for not having appointed someone. And that's on us, not you. And I'm sure we're going to rectify that as quickly as we can. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate all the work that you put into Holyoke Media. And I must say, I certainly feel privileged because not only have I been in the space, but I'm also a member. I will say this, Holyoke Media, that building is state of the art. And let's talk about giving the community a voice. I mean, you can talk about art. It's limitless of what you can do in this space. You can have podcasts. You can move within that space, which is crazy. When I was being showed, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" It's state of the art. Community, listen. If you haven't been there, you want to be a member, sign up. I've already done it. Simple, free, and fast. And I recommend every city councilor to go into this space so that you could see what Holyoke Media has to offer to our community. I think it's brilliant, beautiful, and again, state of the art. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, final thought. I also joined, so I took your advice. So I am also a member. I signed up, and so thank you for that. And they accepted me. Maybe it's automatic, but appreciate it, by the way, though. And I guess my only thought is continue to think of new ways, and I'm glad to see that you have some healthy financial statements here that you can continue to work to open up government here. That transparency piece is so important. I know you guys agree with that. Yes, you have the city council. Yes, you have the school committee. But, there's other things like the retirement board. Even if you can't cover all of them, is that something that you could get those in quarterly or something? I mean, there's some of these, a gas and electric meeting, a water commission meeting. I would just like to see if we can expose the people of the city to some more of these type of meetings. And they should work with you too, obviously, if they can do things to have these meetings televised and get them up on the website. I think people would really appreciate some of the stuff that's really going on in these, and maybe the mayor, if he has certain different people or dignitaries or important things. I know he's a very open person to have things. This is really, really important work that you're doing, and it is appreciated. So continue, and I'm glad we brought some awareness to this council thing, and we'll get that rectified.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just for transparency purposes, 1979, the building you're in was known as Gleason's Townhouse. Upstairs was the first campaign fundraiser for a guy running for the Board of Aldermen for the first time.
There you go.
All started right there. I'll tell you about the band that played there later, but it's not for tonight. But it was a good show.
Motion that's been complied with?
Motion made and second that this has been complied with. Roll call vote. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor Puello?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, passes 5-0. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you for what you do. Thank you for tonight, and we
you for
appreciate
having
all the
us.
information. And there's a lot of people that watch us, and you're gonna have to tell us how we can do advertising on our show here to get some money for the city.
That's it.
Item 4.
Motion to take item number 4 off the table?
Motion made and second to take item 4 off the table for discussion. Introduced for the mayor under my name that the accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accepts the provisions of the fiscal 2023 State 911 Department Emergency Medical Dispatch Grant Program. This would be for $18,375, no match. We said authorize the establishment of a fund method appropriate for the accounting of receipts and expenditures associated with said grant. Off the table for discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Welcome Sergeant Hart from the Holyoke Police Department. John, I know you understand, we're just looking for the overview, how this is an ongoing grant, I believe, and how the department's going to spend it this year. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a no match grant. This is the Emergency Medical Dispatch Grant, which is a part of the PSAP. And actually, these funds are prorated the 18,375. It's actually an annual cost of $24,500, which is the cost that goes towards Cataldo. So basically, this grant supports, offsets some of their costs as the EMD for the city.
Thank you. Any questions for Sergeant Hart? No questions?
Make a motion to be approved.
Motion made and seconded, we
Second.
approve and
Second.
refer this to the full city council next week. Roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes. Councilor Anderson Burgos? Yes. John, thank you. We'll get this to the
Thank you.
city council next week and appreciate your
Thank you.
input as always.
Thank you.
Motion to take number 5 off the table for discussion.
Motion made and seconded to take item number 5 off the table for discussion.
Is it possible? Well, I know there was a request to kind of move ahead to the pilot issue. Is that possible? We could move forward with that up to 6.
We can skip 5 because it's. I
see,
think
yeah.
5 is already
Just
done, right?
It was just an information.
Information, yeah.
Yeah, if we could.
Okay.
On item 5, if no, or we can come back to it, but the motion would be that we receive this for informational purposes. This was a request of Councilor Jordan, I remember that, and Councilor Bartley. Councilor Israel Rivera, Councilor Linda Bacon signed on. And this is just a list of the monies for the CPA that have been used in different city buildings.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, to make a quick comment?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, this should be complied with to one extent. The only thing that I was a little concerned about with this response was that this was more talking about all the wonderful work and all this of the CPA committee. What I wanted to point out to the mayor and to others was you heard from my earlier comment, before we start handing out money to private organizations to repair their buildings, can we fix the city buildings first? And the thing that I heard for feedback from the CPA leadership was, we don't have a list. We fund, come forward, give us the list. So if there's, my point is, before the city starts handing out tax money, which the CPA tax is a tax, that goes to public projects first. Let's clean up and fix everything in the city. Then if got money falling out of our pockets, we can start handing it out to private groups. So I'm fine with this being complied with. It really technically didn't quite comply with, but I think the message is made, right? And I would encourage the mayor and others to say, please, the CPA committee said to us back, give us a list. Give us a list of public projects. Come forward with public projects. So please come forward with public projects and we'll fund them. So that's all. That was my point in that whole order. So the spirit of where I was going with that has been complied with. I think the message has been received. So I'm fine with complied with on 5, Mr. Chairman. Oh, and I don't know if the mayor wants to weigh in or not. Oh,
Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, I just want to nominate room 11 for, this is room 11.
Yes,
Oh.
I agree. I'll second that. Yeah.
I had to think about that for a second.
No, it's right on the door. It's right there.
Wow.
Number 11. I'll second that.
There's a mural, never mind room 11 city council, there's a mural in this room that needs to be preserved.
Mr. Santoro would appreciate the work
That's
that he
what I
did
mean,
here being
Chair.
restored.
Room 11 is, this is, something's got to be done.
Yeah.
And done hopefully sooner rather than later. And then the other piece, I know the mayor's been working with us on kind of rotating some of the historic city governments, trying to get them.
We got walls falling down. at certain places?
Well, look, if we can just, we're not saying we're going to cover all the beautiful walls, but it'd be nice to get some of the city governments out and rotating around. I think the public appreciates it. Thank you.
Mayor Garcia.
Room 11 is always on the top of my mind, but I bring it up all the time.
Thank you,
Do
Mayor.
something. We need to fix. I did want to introduce because I don't think you guys never really had formally were able to meet our new supervisor of building maintenance at a DPW. It's Sean Sheedy, and Sean's been
Welcome.
Hey, Sean.
Sean's been really great with helping with a number of things. One, trying to understand most of the deferred maintenance issues going around in our public buildings, while also managing new projects that we're looking forward to soon move forward with as it relates to specifically this building, the annex, the DPW building. I know you wanted a list. I kind of figured you were going that direction about CPA, and I hear you loud and clear.
Yep.
I was just whispering over to Sean that is a funding source we can tap into if we need it. But I just wanted to introduce him, and maybe even if you have questions, and he can talk a little bit about some of the projects that he's been helping with facilitating and so forth. So
The only thing, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, I would suggest, and Sean, is if you have a list that sort of have a historical preservation orientation to them, because it has to be that too, right? We can't just, repaint the walls and stuff. It's gotta be, have a historical, like, i.e., if we were going to preserve the murals in here type of thing, that would be a good example. Those are the type of things that we're being told the CPA committee needs that list to fund. So please give them that list of stuff that needs to be done, and let's make sure we're applying, because we're now going about fixing other people's roofs and doing other things that we got a lot of stuff here that needs to be done first.
Well, it's good to meet you, counselors. So excuse me if I'm a little nervous. So it's first time speaking like this in front of everybody.
That's okay.
No problem.
So I put together a quick list right before here that I can share with you guys. It's not finalized. It's just like an initial that I put together.
Okay.
We're going on like 48 hours of snow removal. So,
which is more important than this list. Trust
yeah,
us.
I'm a little tired. So,
problem.
yeah. So let me grab that list and I'll give it to you guys.
Yeah, and we can give that to our assistant Jeff, and he can circulate it to all the counselors.
Yeah, and it's only very preliminary. It's just things I put together at the end of my shift and before I came.
Do you want to put that in an email? Give some more thought, and then email it maybe tomorrow. Would that be good for you?
Yeah, I mean either way is fine because we can work off of that, and if you guys have questions from that, we can go back and forth on it also.
You'll put your contact. Put your contact info, and we can call you and follow up.
Okay, and I don't mind. I made plenty of copies for the council.
Okay.
To share that.
I'll take them.
We'll take it all,
Yeah,
Sean.
please, yeah. If you could give them to Juan.
We have to be careful of discussion tonight. We don't want to stray off because of open meeting law.
Yes.
Off the intent of this order.
So-
Right.
But it's connected, but we just can't go too far with it tonight.
It's a back of the napkin list, but the bigger, and I know we talked about this
Thank you,
before,
sir.
the need for a capital improvement plans, a real holistic assessment of our public buildings, which we've talked about numerous times internally. There's a cost to that, and we're just trying to figure out how to put the funding together so that we can go forward with doing a real capital improvement plan. The only situation with it is like when you think of the number of what it takes to do a needs assessment of each of our you start thinking, man, we can take that money and actually fix something with it. But
Exactly.
you get what you plan for. There's an opportunity to do that, and so we'll continue to explore it and get there. But either way, the various different projects that Sean's going to write up and bring forward to you, Councilor Jourdain, and you can bring it back to the council or whatever the case. There's a lot of moving parts with the different buildings, including even Wisteria Hearst, including the Cabot Street station. Cabot Street station? South Street station, sorry. Including the War Memorial. So there's bits and pieces from these different projects that he can put kind of like a back of the napkin list. But an actual capital needs assessment that really rates the condition and all that, that's gonna take time.
Understood.
Well, I'm going to vote for adding room 11 on here because
Yes.
right now. So there you go.
So it's actually in the works. So I've,
Let them know.
yeah.
Sure it is. Thank you.
I've already met with Mr. Anderson Burgos, and we've come up with a full list, and we're going to begin rearranging the pictures and moving them around. But as far as like renovating the walls and everything, that's a bigger conversation. And like we said, there's historical preservation there and various other things that would have to take
Just
place.
want to clarify, he means Jeffrey Anderson.
Yes,
Burgos.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
he did say Mr. Wow. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor. The motion on the floor is that the order is complied with, being we received it. We'll keep, if I may suggest, a copy for the archives.
Yes.
And we'll report to the city council that we've complied with the gist of the order itself and with what was presented to us. Roll call, all those in favor? Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
And Councilor McGivern, yes. Thank you. Quickly, item 6.
Remove from the table.
Motion made and seconded to remove item 6 from the table. Introduced by Councilor Bartley, the auditor provided an update with the pilot agreements. Please provide the names of the parties with whom the city has a pilot agreement, the amounts to be paid, and the status of the payments for the past 1 year period. Regarding whether payments are current, please submit to City Council by the second meeting in January. The auditor has, as we all know, complied with this, has presented our list of the pilot agreements. We've had a couple of very quick conversations on this, but we've tabled it for this evening, and I'd like to go right to the maker of the order, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, just, thank you. Councilor Jordan added his name on to this order, so that should be on.
It's on the, I'm sorry, I was reading the one.
No, it's okay.
And his name, Councilor Jordan, is added.
So,
That's Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, oh, I get it, yeah, but there you go, there's a friend. Just through the chair, because do we have to suspend the rules for Tanya, or does it matter?
No, we, she's
And
part,
we have the assessors here too, who's an important part of
Deb
this.
Burnell is here, our chief assessor, along with Tanya Dorjic, our auditor, and they are part of the committee.
So I'm hopeful that if these are questions they can answer, fine. If not, I would just ask them to take a note or two and come back to us at a subsequent finance committee meeting. If the chair recalls, on January 11th, I know that this was taken up once before. I did send an email and to the chair and to a couple others in the committee, and because I couldn't attend that night. So one of the questions I asked was, do we have agreements in place with all the entities paying pilot? I've already answered that for myself, and that answer is no. And then I said, are we current with all the pilot payees? And I don't know that to be true either. So that's really the gist of it for right now, but I'm just going to point out a couple of specifics. For the gas and electric, we do not have a pilot agreement to the best of my knowledge. I don't know if we have a pilot agreement with ISO New England. I believe I have in my records an unsigned pilot agreement with Mental Health Associates, which is Yale Street. I don't know if they made a pilot payment. I have a signed agreement with Jackson Canal LLC and Mount Tom Solar LLC. I don't know exactly where they are with the current pilots. As the chair knows, and as the chair has pointed out multiple times, and the chair is right, the city council does not negotiate pilot agreements. That's done by the executive. So some of us try to keep a really distinct line of demarcation between the legislative and the executive. Some of us do. I don't know about all of us. But for my part, I do take that very seriously. But that doesn't mean for half a second we don't serve as a check and balance, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. So when I point out that we don't have certain pilot agreements in place, I'm dumbfounded by that. If we don't have current and up-to-date pilot payments, I'm dumbfounded by it. And we don't. The one that's been sticking in my craw for a number of years is Holyoke Housing Authority. I've made my point on that multiple times over the years. I'm not going to make it again. But that is for the mayor to discuss. Now, I've had offline conversations with the mayor, and the mayor has indicated that he will address these in due course, and I'm positive that that will happen in due course. It's my job just to point out to the chair and to the committee and to the public what I've seen to date. And that is there is a lack of organization and follow-up with this issue. Now, what does this cost to the city? Well, could be in the case of Holyoke Housing Authority, about $4,000 a year. Unbelievable. Could be in the case of Yale Street, I think it's $8,000 a year. In the case of Jackson Solar, Jackson Canal, it's $8,000 a year. Mount Tom Solar, it's based on megawatts, but it should be somewhere around $28,000 to $40,000 a year. With ISO New England, which I don't know if you've ever been there, if you've driven up in there, if you've seen that massive, beautiful building with 300 cars, a private parking, 24/7 security, I think it's $125,000 a year. Has that not been visited at any time lately? That is a many multi-million over dollar operation. If I know Councilor Jordan has looked at this before, if they were actually had to pay the commercial rate on the valuation of that, we can ask the assessor, but if that building's not worth $25 million, then we're not in room 11. So 20 million divided by the 1,000 times the commercial rate, I think would come out a little bit north of $125,000, Mr. Chair. So again, we don't negotiate, but it's our job to point out a few of these items. I don't know where these stand. I don't know why they're the way they are. I just know that I want to have regular, ISO New England is $140,000 a year. I stand corrected on that. But there may be one or two others. Holyoke Waterworks, they are current. I don't know it to be true that we have a pilot agreement in place with them. With the Mass Computer Center, at one point we did have a pilot agreement. I don't know if it's still current, but I would put that in the same category, Mr. Chair, as ISO New England. You're talking a collaboration with Harvard College. What is their endowment? $40 billion? Northeastern, Boston University, they pay $80,000 a year. Good for them. Great. Just for consideration to the public, how many jobs they create? I know that's a conversation that others have had over the years. I know it's double digits, low double digits. How many are Holyoke residents? I wouldn't hazard to guess. But these are questions that I think should be raised. The one outlier, I think, is HG&E. Councilor Sullivan, if the chair recalls, 2 years ago, we did have multiple conversations with HG&E. HG&E did step up, and they amended their pilot agreement, and they are far and away the biggest pilot ratepayer to the city of Holyoke. There is no agreement in place that I've been provided. The last I had was an email from the manager, and that was in December 20, and we have no pilot agreement. So these are some conversations that it's my hope that the assessor, that the auditor, that the law department, and the mayor, I know they've had these conversations, but I'd like to have something a little more urgent and presented to us and thereby to the public so that we can better understand where we are with this. The last thing I'm going to say, Mr. Chair, is that my hope that we do have our state delegation, as the chair recalls, we had some pretty frank conversations at the last meeting about questions maybe some of us would ask the state delegation. Well, perhaps a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, is to the state delegation. Why do we have so many houses that we know are taken offline? They're no longer part of the residential rate because they are occupied and owned by nonprofits, so-called quote-unquote group homes. Now, that's great. All of us support that. But the group homes are managed by, again, multi-million-dollar nonprofits. Can they not pay a pilot? Are they precluded? Are they exempted from that by state law? Can that not be reviewed? So, again, our job, I think, in this role is a check and balance. That's all I'm doing. I'm not casting aspersions. I know everybody's trying real hard, but this is, I think, the third time the chair has been gracious, maybe the third time the chair has been gracious enough to take this up. I mean, I think maybe we can, if depending on what we hear tonight, and unfortunately to the chair, because of my situation, I just cannot stay. But I know all of you feel probably similar to the way I do about this, and that if the committee feels like we can get the information tonight, let's move it out. If not, maybe one more meeting, Mr. Chair, and that we can hear from some of the aforementioned department heads and with some greater detail, okay?
No, absolutely, Councilor Barley. It's an important order. I think we're all interested, and certainly we have discussions over the years, but it's never too late to bring it up and to find out where we are and what's going on. They're good questions. The only thing I add at this point, which I always jump in and say is, you know, I agree with you on the homes that are run by the BHNs, but don't forget our hospital presence too. Both our own hospital and the amount of homes they've taken down to build a parking lot instead of building a parking deck. And our good friends from Springfield took over the Mayrox building, no, I'm sorry, not the Mayrox building, took over the Wang building for their lab and house over 100 vehicles, which they don't have to pay excise, that's a state law, they don't pay excise tax on. But certainly if they're gonna, and you know, that's where we need our state delegation, not tonight, but I do agree with you. But no, it's a good order, and thank you, and keep this moving, Councilor Jordan.
Right. Yeah, no problem. So just to add on to some of the points that were made here is why I think it's important for the assessor and the mayor in particular to work in tandem. I think ultimately the answer for this is we need to be having these frank conversations with the owners of these properties to say, one, I'm assuming that we're still diligently assessing these exempt properties so that just because they're exempt and not paying, that all of these properties are diligently being assessed because we want to make sure we're capturing the value. I worry sometimes that, you know, well, if we don't collect, if it's 35 million, if it's 40 million, oh, well, it's, you know, this is an important, these are really, really important numbers that we have, and being able to really verify this. So then really, you know, and I know, Mayor, you've got a tough deal here because you've got so many competing interests, but is we're talking about, and I know we mentioned about a middle school or different types of important projects, if this can be the sell point maybe about rallying for extra money, this isn't in the tens of thousands, this is in the millions of dollars a year that we could bring in on this pilot issue. For example, let's talk about ISO New England. Right now they're getting a 64% tax break, okay? Meanwhile, all right, you have the CEO, and again, this is public information because I can read their 990 reports. They're a nonprofit. The CEO of that company who works up there, $1.7 million salary. Okay? Not a bad salary, $1.7 million a year, okay? There are 25 employees at ISO New England who make over $500,000 a year. Not too bad, okay? So meanwhile, they're getting a 64% tax break courtesy of the poorest city in Massachusetts, okay, where we have a per capita income of $19,000. So take 1.7 million, divide that by 19,000. The $19,000 person pays 100% of their taxes. The person making 1.7 million gets a 64% tax break. You know, tax equity, anybody? Okay, so this is the type of conversation that leadership in this room needs to be having, and at the desks of these people. Knock on the door. Hi, I'm the mayor of Holyoke. We need to have a talk about your tax bill. Okay, because if we're going to pay the bills around here, right, we got to make sure everybody's rowing the boat. And same with the High Performance Computing Center. They get a tax break of north of 70%. Now, this is just based on what the assessment is, right? What would I looked at the assessed value, I pulled all their properties, what Debbie and her team has assessed these people at. If they were paying the commercial rate, you know, like everybody else, they're only been paying 80 grand. They've been always only paying 80 grand. I could go down the whole list. Holyoke Housing Authority, 98% tax break. 98%. That's a pretty good tax break, okay? I wish I got a 98% tax break. They pay 16 grand a year. They have over, just on their assessed value, assuming, I don't know how diligently Debbie and the team goes up and measures out Bowdoin Village and all the other properties every year to make sure it's all right on the money, but $35 million in assessed value. And they pay $16,000 a year in taxes. I mean, how many hundreds, if not maybe thousands of residents live in those properties, and they need services. We need to provide those services. Schools, police, fire service, all these things. We've got bills to pay, okay? So when they're getting their state and federal grants, who's ever funding the Holyoke Housing Authority, they need to build in something to the people who are supporting the residents and just like every other property here. We have gone above and beyond to make sure we have affordable housing in this community. Everybody, we need that affordable housing. I think Holyoke Housing Authority is wonderful and they provide a critically important public service. On the same time, we have to take care of bills here to service the residents. They need to build that into these grants and send it down for a pilot. Okay, it's a number of these. I won't belabor the point, but there's quite a number. By the way, the state needs to do its share too, which is things like you take the nursing school, paid $82,000 when it was Grin and Barrett. Poof, gone. I mentioned to the mayor this past week, I'm sitting at a Soldiers Home Board of Trustees meeting, and I'm listening to DCAM talk about, hey, and trustees, I got good news, and we have our update, and blah, 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 blah. And they're talking about, oh, and hey, I wanted to let you know we bought a house on Fairmont Street, and we're tearing it down. And that's now city property, and, that's great. And I'm saying to myself, and that is, okay, they need to do that. And by the way, they paid almost double the assessed value for it, the taxpayers of Massachusetts, so I don't know, how that all came to be. But nevertheless, I'll only say, where's the $4,000 or $5,000 in taxes that we're getting paid? That all just poof turned into a pumpkin, right? So this is what I'm talking about. There's nothing in the budget that says to a Holyoke, hey, here's how we're going to make up for this. So we've got to take this issue super seriously. We can't keep grinding it out on the little people, that are paying now and just say more, I want more out of you. And the levy keeps going up and we're going to squeeze the poor residents nonstop. Everybody's got to be pulling the wagon, okay? And these conversations need to have, or guess what happens is you're going to just circle to the bottom, right? Because what happens is the tornado or whirlpool that we're currently in, which is if you're a poorer community, you have higher need. Because you have higher need, more nonprofits come to your community to service the poor people that need help. This all makes sense, right? They go where the problem is, or the concerns are, or the needs are, right? So as more nonprofits come into the community, more property gets exempt. Less tax revenue is raised, we can do less for the public, which means the need is greater. And this just keeps building upon itself. And that's where we're at. And we have so much non-taxable property in the city. We want to have exemptions for religious institutions, small nonprofits that are just making it, but these ones that have big budgets and things, we've got to make this a city priority. I know the mayor agrees with me on this, and whatever we can do to make this a top priority, this is going to help us. And really, quite frankly, we could score some big victories on some of these. I'll bet you no one's, and if I'm ISO New England, why the hell should I give you more? Probably nobody's ever asked them to give more, right? So, if the phone don't ring, you'll know it's me type of situation. And if we do that, we're going to help ourselves a lot to pay our bottom line here. So, I appreciate whatever other feedback from our department heads are there, but I would encourage, and I know we've had this meeting to the assessor, to Debbie, who's always very responsive, give the mayor the ammo he needs at the table so that he has what the assessment is, how big of a break, what they pay versus what the assessed and what they could be paying, and really go through this with all these group homes, because the ultimate punchline, and I know we have Representative Duffy, who, by the way, I had a great meeting with her and the mayor and Senator Vilas recently, and I know Juan is here, who works for her, is building something into the state law that would say, okay, if we can't force some of these people to pay, right? And that is one of the huge problems here, right? A lot of this is optional. That gets calculated into our funding formula for local aid. That says to a city like Holyoke, you have a lot of high need. You've welcomed affordable housing when other communities are not. You have welcomed nonprofit organizations into your community. We're going to build that into the formula, and that's the answer here to get us out of the situation we're in. Because otherwise it's just the same fewer and fewer people paying more and more and more, and our citizens just cannot get squeezed anymore. So thank you.
Debbie, you've been very patient this evening, along with our city auditor, who's always with us. Would you like to add something to this?
We'll start off, I don't know if you remember years ago when Morse took office, this was one of his big agendas, to try to collect money from the charitable and exempt properties. I worked with him then, and I think Rory was here maybe back then, no? Okay, I might be the only department head left that had anything to do with it. I had provided them the listing of all the charitable exempt properties in the city, and they had sent out letters to every organization asking them to contribute something. None of these organizations that are charitable or exempt have to give us a dime. Mm-hmm. That's of their own good faith if they wish to choose to participate. Not many people did. As far as negotiating pilot agreements, drafting them, whatever, the assessor's office does not do anything with those. Those are negotiated between the law department, the mayor. I am on the committee working on it, and I can certainly provide the mayor information, and I have been giving him information and the solicitors so that they can work on these agreements that we have existing. The ones I do work on are the solar pilots. All of the solar pilots were negotiated as 20-year pilots. Some began in 2016 and expire in 2035, and others started in 2021 and expire in 2040. Those are set in stone. There's nothing we can do to change those. And they're all valued based on per megawatt. The solar's valued at $5,000 per megawatt. Battery storage is $1,500 per megawatt. What happened in 2020 is the state came in and told us, you're not going to be collecting these as pilots anymore. And I know Councilor Bartley was concerned with a couple of them that hadn't paid. They're not paying on a pilot anymore, however. They're paying on a personal property tax bill, which is valued by backing into the pilot value. So we have 11 solar pilots that are all paying personal property. So we have to take them off the table for the pilots because they're being taxed in other ways, and they pay an actual tax bill now. The good thing about how the state did that when they did it was by backing into the value, it added value to the city. What the value is based on per megawatt at the 5,000 times their usage with these 11 pilots added $2.6 million in value to the city, which was good for us. As far as everything else, they just have to be renegotiated. Some of them will probably pay more based on good faith, and I don't know what others will do, but it's something we have a committee and we're all working together on it.
Okay, that's a question.
Councilor Drain.
Yeah, Debbie and the mayor, either one who could answer, could we create on the city website, because I think one of the things people don't, and maybe this is part of the public awareness, could we create on the website a list of everybody who's paying less than what they should be paying for a tax bill, for some reason that they're getting an exemption, these tax breaks, where they're exempt, and put those up that says, ISO New England. This is, they have a pilot 140. Their full tax would be this. Can we put that up on the website? Because I think citizens would really like to know who's getting what for a break. And I think that would also drive, especially if there's some of these group homes and addresses and, like for example, the new one that they sold Sears Automotive to a plumbers union and they called it a school. Okay. And they went from, paying what I think they paid over $100,000 a year in taxes. Now they're paying zero. Okay. So how do I pay bills around here if we're getting zero from something like that, right? So the point is, citizens have a right to know this, and I think we need to bring that out so that everybody goes on the website. I know there's been a lot of hubbub in the past about people that don't pay their taxes, put their names in the newspaper and all of that. I wonder about some of that one way or the other. A lot of people have different feelings about that. But this one, on the other hand, says all these people are paying zero or very reduced taxes. I think the public should have a right to know that. And then the question is, hey, how do we get you off this list? How do we get you so that you're paying, it says you should be normally paying $250 and you're only paying $140. How do we get you so that it says the pilot is $250? Some of that might help. What do you think about that and getting this information out to the public?
I personally don't think that's a good idea.
Why?
Because these organizations that are tax exempt and are charitable, they have that right to claim that status. They don't have to pay taxes because of their filing status. For us to put that out there and kind of bring them to shame for not paying anything, I don't think that's a wise decision, and I think that could really backfire on us.
Why?
I think
What's the alternative? They go away, or?
No, they're not required to pay anything.
No, I understand that.
That is their right. They do not have to pay. I think us going to them and asking them and trying the program that we tried years ago with Morse is our best option. We can't force anything and to shame them and say, well, you're exempt, but we're asking you to pay and you're not. I don't think that's doing good business for the city.
So you did the go in, be nice approach, or you sent a letter and maybe they responded to your letter or not, and that didn't go anywhere. So what if we did that approach again, what makes you think we'll have different results?
I'm not saying to do that approach again. I'm telling you that approach was done before.
Okay. So I guess my thing is not about public shaming. My thing is about these are the facts. And the public,
they are the facts.
Don't you agree that, yes, people can justify that they're not paying anything, but on the other hand, don't you think that people should have a right to know that a company like an ISO New England is getting reduced taxes when these people are all making 20 times, 100 times what the average citizen of Holyoke is making, and that's a non-profit, that's a tax exempt, that a person that you got 25 employees over $500,000 a year, you got a CEO making $1.7 million a year, and they're paying 64% break versus a senior citizen in Holyoke. Don't you think the senior has a right to know that they're getting that kind of a tax break and we put that kind of information out to the public? What do you think about that?
I think maybe you should talk to the solicitor's office and
well, everything I say around here is referred to the solicitor's office.
I see where we can go with that. These companies have a right based on their filing of what their tax status is.
Right.
I don't know if we should or could do something like that.
Okay. All right. So the answer is they're entitled to it, so don't just keep it in the dark.
They're entitled to it by law.
No, I understand that, but don't you understand what we're trying to do
I
here?
understand what you're trying to do, and that's why we formed a committee to try to work on this. And that's why we're looking at the values and trying to see what we can do on our end by asking people to communicate that use our city services and things like that.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is hopefully you'll I guess where I was going with that question was, let's hopefully the committee is taking new approaches, because the old approaches, they weren't working.
Should have just asked me up in the beginning, since all these pilots have to do with the mayor. I think what Councilor Jordan is just asking for is a little bit of transparency and who pays what. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that piece. But as far as the pilot payments are concerned, where we are, the solicitor currently has sent letters to, so there's kind of like a phase A and a phase B, and I think we spoke briefly about this before. There's like a phase A approach, and then there's a phase B approach. Phase A currently is to revisit those that we currently receive pilot payments from organizations. What I learned, I think there hasn't ever been any written documentation with a lot of them were just handshake agreements. I think there was one actual tangible document we found out of the handful that we collect pilot payments from. And it was true, I did meet with the CFO of ISO, who's confirmed that to me, that it was Mike Sullivan was mayor and they were building this thing. They agreed to pay a pilot of what was the tax at that time, which was the $140,000.
Right.
We have another meeting coming up. Deb has brought forward some information, and we're going to revisit that and see what we can get. The only issue there are many, to your points earlier, Jordan, about making there are some reasonable arguments we can make. I don't want to make them feel like I'm trying to strong arm them, because to Debbie's point, they don't have to pay anything.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're trying to bring them in, and I think folks genuinely agree that these handshake agreements were done 10 plus years ago at a certainly different time today, and it makes sense to revisit them as costs go up. We just got to try to figure out what that formula is going to look like, what the agreed upon terms are going to look like, so we can come to a reasonable number so that we all win, including the organization. So what did I say? The phase A approach is to reach out to those folks and also try to clean some of this up. There is no written law or agreement on process. Like, for example, who sends the invoice, a lot of what Bartley was mentioning, who collects, signed, we know who signs the contract, but there was no contract. So those are things that we're trying to clean up at the moment. The next phase of all of this is to then kind of branch out to those other organizations that we never ever collected any pilot payments from. I guess what you called the initial Morse initiative. Revisit that with organizations and see if we can collect something from those organizations, like the Holyoke Medical Center and other larger institutions that own valuable property within the city. Each of the existing organizations we collect pilot from, the city solicitors reached out to all of them by sending them communication, and she's getting communication back as we speak, and we're trying to organize meetings accordingly. So we hope to clean all of this up. Certainly, as we approach these, it's delicate, but I'm bringing the reasonable approach, which folks genuinely understand, and I'm hoping that we can get something out of this initiative. So we are moving, things are moving behind the scenes. We're not sitting around doing anything. There's a lot of good and very valid points to what folks bring up when we talk about these pilots and who is paying what and how much. We also even talked about cost share agreements with our current enterprises as well. So you got gas and electric, we got the water, you got the SOAR folks. Am I missing anybody else? Is that it? Not just pilots that we collect, but also some sort of cost share agreement for some of the services that we're essentially budgeting and paying for, that they can, share some of that cost shares. And there's a formula to even create those. So it's in the works. We got a committee that's actively moving. I do hope to organize all of this and eventually make sense of it so that I can have something for you to have as an FYI. You can put it on the website if you want, but things are moving.
So appreciate it, Mayor, and we understand, and I think the two key words, one was transparency, which is important, and that's what I think the gist of this order is about. in the accounting of the money and the receipts and the agreements themselves, whether they're in writing, whether they're handshakes. I think they're kind of common sense. And the common sense is, I don't want to shame anybody, I agree with Debbie, but the common sense is that services are being provided to each of these organizations. Now, it's one thing if you need the fire department. And do we not respond to someone who's a not-for-profit that doesn't pay any taxes? It's one thing if you need the police department. Do we not respond to a not-for-profit who doesn't have an emergency? An ambulance that is not a direct service of the city but comes under some of the city services we allow them to be housed in the city. And I know for a fact, not ISO, that some of these organizations we're talking about, we pick up their trash. Think about it. It's time that we bring it, and whether it's the committee approach or the Mayor Morse approach or whatever approach it is, we bring this to the light and the attention of everyone that we need something. Yes, you're a not-for-profit, and yes, under state law, yes, you are exempt. We get it. 1980, DMH proposed a group home that still stands on Beach Street across from Wisteriahurst. I represented Ward 4. The neighborhood went crazy. We used to do group homes, halfway houses as they were called, by special permit. A constitutional battle in another part of the state was won, and these facilities were all deemed educational. Therefore, we cannot control by zoning these type of homes. Good, bad, or ugly, it doesn't make a difference how you look at it. They do tax our services. In the 1980s, the then Transcript Telegram wrote a story on the oversaturation of group homes, educational, and not-for-profits in the city of Holyoke. Those numbers were considered oversaturation in the 80s. They've quadrupled since then. The percentage of what it takes from our tax base and the size of the city that we are as a gateway community is overwhelming. And I think that's the message that we're trying to send. We commend your efforts, Mayor. We commend our city departments who understand this and who work with this, and we understand the law. But in fairness to all taxpayers who want the services, because that's what we are, as a service provider, this city needs to stand up and make good agreements and to get our state delegation, although I don't think the other part of the state's going to allow it to happen, to at least recognize it in the state aid formula that this needs to be addressed. Because we are one of the gateway communities. We are one of the smaller gateway communities, but our problems are as big as any of the other gateway communities. And it's time that people bring that to the forefront and understand, if you want service from us, we need something from you in return. Any further discussion?
Nope. Should we consider table it? Yep. What do you think should we have a check-in with the mayor every so often, or what do you think?
I think in the spirit, thank you for the information that's been provided. I think it meets the greater gist of what this order is about. But with Councilor Bartley's questions and perhaps a future conversation down the road, why don't we table it?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Motion made, seconded to
Second.
table. Roll call. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson-Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Councilor McGivern, yes, it stays on the table. Can we jump over to item 8 real quick?
Motion to take item number 8 off the table.
Second to take item 8 off the table. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? So moved. Introduced through the mayor under my name that the sewer weights and measures be appropriated transfer in the fiscal year 2023 of $15,000. This goes from pay sewer weight and measures into in-state travel, $500, equipment, $12,750, office supplies, $1,750, total of $15,000. It's off the table. Mayor, could you introduce us to the newest Holyoke sewer of weights and measures?
All right, so here I have Holyoke's newest sealers of weights and measures, Marcus. Marcus has been extraordinary, really has picked up on trying to learn and understand. Remember, we haven't had a sealers of weights and measures in over a decade. And it's a very rare profession. And when we interviewed Marcus, I think you'll agree once you hear from him and we go through his transfer requests, among any other questions you might have about how he's doing, you'll agree that he's going to do just fine. But with that, we got a transfer. I don't know if you had anything to present or it's all in your mind.
Well, they have.
You have it in front of them? He's got a transfer request.
As read, yes.
He'll be happy to go over, and any questions you have, Marcus is here to answer them.
Marcus, may I just quickly try not to butcher your name? Is it Gabrielli?
It's Gabrielli, Marcus Gabrielli. Yes.
Thank you, and welcome. We understand anytime we do a transfer where it's coming from. This one's pretty easy. It's coming from the salary line item because it's been vacant so long. It's surplus.
Correct.
And I understand. Can you just explain the in-state travel, the equipment that you're about to purchase, the office supplies? And if I could back up for a minute, because I think a lot of people don't even understand what your job is. It's incredibly important.
It
Whether
is.
you're at Stop and Shop, at a gas station, a number of other agents. I'm not going to, why don't you, if you could, explain your job
Yes,
to
I
us.
can. Yes. Yes, we're all over the city. Weights and
Is the
measures.
mic on? Is the mic on?
Yeah. Is it? Mic check. Yes.
Oh, there you go. Get closer. Yeah. Bring it up to you or whatever so we can hear you.
So essentially, this job is oversight to all different types of businesses throughout the city, whether it's grocery stores, whether it's retail establishments, whether it's pharmacies, whether it's cannabis, of which we have a boom here now in Holyoke, whether it's gas stations. All of these entities essentially require oversight. Somebody who is ensuring that the residents here in Holyoke are getting a fair shake, that these scales, that these measurement devices and instruments are all properly calibrated and working precisely, so that we're all getting a fair shake. We go to the deli, you want to make sure you're getting that pound of whatever it is you want. At the gas stations, the same thing. We want to make sure we're not overpaying for these items. So that's really the key here. To the mayor's point, it's been over 10 years since the city has had a program. The state has stepped in to do that all of these years, but even going back to 10 years ago, the city never had a full-time functional program. So essentially what we're doing now is we are rebuilding this program from scratch, from the ground up. We're cutting no corners. We're doing everything properly and appropriately. And we want to make sure we build a proper foundation, strong, have all the pillars in place, because again, we want to get this up to a skyscraper. But first things first, we need these funds. These funds are essentially going to be going towards the brunt of them, towards equipment. This equipment is mandated, required equipment by the State Department of Standards. We must have this equipment in order to properly provide these inspectional services. So that's the beginning and infancy stages of this, but a lot more development and growth is going to be required. I know the mayor has been very supportive of this program, and I thank him for that. I hope I can continue to have all of your support as well going forward, because we all are going to need it. This is going to be something that's going to be a group effort, and it's going to require numerous departments and entities working, and coinciding together in order to be successful here.
Marcus, well said. And you'll be full-time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the in-state travel, is that?
Well, for example, tomorrow I got to wake up at 5 a.m. and go out to Marlboro for an all-day conference.
Okay.
I got training all over the state. I'm working with the Department of Standards closely. As a matter of fact, I was training with them today. So we've been very busy learning, training, growing, developing this program. It's taking numerous different departments. I've been reaching out to neighboring communities and sealers, whether it's Westfield, Northampton, West Springfield, Chicopee, all of these people, because all of these things are important, gaining an understanding from all of these sealers and all of these communities, taking all that information, processing it, utilizing it here in Holyoke to make sure we have what we need here for our specific community. But it's going extremely well so far. Made a tremendous amount of progress so far.
Appreciate it and understood. And I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate too. That's why I asked about in-state travel. Good answer, understood. I remember the predecessor, the last full-time person that held this job, and he used to carry around these 2 buckets of weights and stuff that, I understand, but nowadays I imagine equipment's a little bit more high-tech and a little bit more, different than what we used to see.
Right.
Marijuana manufacturing.
Yes.
Be careful, please, when you're in their
Absolutely.
areas. But is that a different type of equipment that needs to be purchased?
Well, yeah, there's a specific kit that's going to be used for, cannabis as well as pharmacies. Generally, these are the metric kits. Each scale or each individual inspection or entity generally requires a different weight kit, as we call them, whether it's a 31-pound weight kit, a 25-pound weight kit, a metric set. There's various others as well. Each one has its own, specialty and individual purposes. But at the cannabis places specifically, we will be using the metric set generally. If they do have larger scales, we'll bring what we need. There's even sometimes that they have to supply a company to come in if they have massive scales. So it really depends on the specific and individual entity, what they have, and then we act accordingly.
Where'd you find this guy? We've been looking for years.
I live here in Holyoke.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
And
Appreciate it.
Mark,
That's awesome.
Wasn't for you to say, but as we know, when this was vacant, this job still has to get done.
Yeah.
And at one point, we were paying the state, who didn't want to come in,
right,
but paying them a lot of money to come in and do some of this just to try to keep up with it.
Yeah.
And well done, Mayor Marcus. Thank you for the presentation.
Two
Councilor
questions.
Jordan.
2 questions for you, Marcus. Thank you so much for what you do. We really appreciate it. And the public, our consumers, count on you, right?
Right.
You're their eyes and ears.
Oh, absolutely.
And all these to make sure they're getting a fair shake.
Yes.
Question 1 is, it sounds like some of this stuff you might need in training to take care of cannabis, correct, here in the city, and check their different things that they're measuring and giving out to the public, and isn't that fair to say?
In terms of training, you're asking?
Well, training, equipment, and otherwise, because one of the questions that it raises, and I point to the mayor, is, impact funds. We have a cannabis impact dollars account. Instead of necessarily using just general fund money, if some of this is related to cannabis, we can use some of our impact fund dollars to help, so we don't have to use just general fund money. We can use that cannabis impact money, because a portion of what you do is servicing cannabis industry here in the city of Holyoke, which is unique, at least in this community, as opposed to a Westfield or maybe some other city.
Right. Another component of this job is bringing in revenue via the fee structure here, the fee schedule. So each individual inspection coincides with a fee, and the city will be gaining revenue from each one of these inspections as well, whether it be cannabis, pharmacy, grocery, gas,
Great.
etc., retail.
Gas stations, I wanted to ask you about that.
Yes.
You go and, is it once a year?
Yes.
You go and you check all the meters to make sure somebody's getting a gallon of gas?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. And what's the system that they have? Is it a little can or something that you go and measure out to make sure it's a gallon?
Yes, they're test measures. They're 5 gallons each. So
Okay.
essentially, we fill these up with 5 gallons of gas, and the measurer, the sort of inner workings of this, there's a scale on here essentially, right? Plus or minus, certain numbers. We're looking for this to be within a certain threshold.
Okay.
If it meets within this certain threshold, it's compliant. If it's out, we need to get a repair done. We need to talk to a service technician. We need to coordinate. As a matter of fact, I was doing that today at the Pride gas station.
Good. And making sure we're checking all of those, making sure the meter starts at 0, all those
Correct.
type of things. And you'll keep a log, right, of citizen complaints on
I
any
have
of these?
a log right now going. Yes, I began a log a few weeks ago.
That's
Yes.
wonderful.
Yes.
I actually once had to make a complaint. It wasn't in Holyoke, it was in Chicopee, when I went to a gas station, and for whatever reason, it didn't start at 0.
Gotcha.
And so I actually called, and the sealer in Chicopee called me right back. He said, "You know what, Mr. Jordan, you were right. It didn't start at 0. And they had words with that station. So I want to make sure when a citizen in Holyoke calls you, Marcus, you'll be able to do the appropriate
Yes,
follow-up.
I certainly will.
Good.
Absolutely.
All
Yes.
right, excellent.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Councilor Tomlin.
Thank you, Marcus, and it was good talking to you before the meeting tonight. And I'm sorry it had to take so long, but we had a pretty healthy agenda tonight. Mayor, great pick, great selection. I really, somebody I just by hearing him speak tonight is really involved in the job and really is getting the training that we want, and a very important position in the city. You're working for the citizens, the residents, people that, get their meat at Stop and Shop or their gas at Pride or whatever. One quick question I have, and I'm always concerned when I go in an elevator, do you do elevators?
I do not do elevators.
You don't? Who does those? Is that the state?
Yeah, that's the state. There's a specific department for that. And what I'm told, I think there's only like 3 guys or something in the state. That's why it takes them forever to get over here and service it.
Yeah, that's because you get in an elevator sometimes, you look at the date in there, it says like 2021 or 20, you know what I'm saying? Wait a second.
It's always that way, isn't it?
Can I get on this and get off there? But that's important. But
If the mayor puts you over in the annex.
I was going to say the annex elevator.
Use the stairs.
I'm on the first floor, luckily.
He's on the first floor. But thanks so much. Wish you well, and anything that the council can do to support your function, we're here for you.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Marcus, we welcome you. Hazing is against the law. All new department heads never go first. They have to sit here, and sometimes existing department heads don't even get to go first.
Yeah. Okay,
but we appreciate you because I think we do have a lot of work, but we try to get through as quickly as possible. But we also want people to hear the gist of it because you have your own budget, but the mayor has the whole budget, and we see the whole budget, and it is all interconnected. Because we're in it together, and we all have to be healthy when it comes to the finances, and what you do produces revenue. That's even better. But thank you for your presentation.
You're very welcome. Thanks for your time.
I make a motion we approve this.
A second.
A second to adopt.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry.
Mr.
Councilor Councilor
Puello.
You didn't have your hand up.
No, yeah, sorry, my bad. I just thought Councilor Jourdain brought up a really good point with the impact fee money. I was wondering if we could clarify, I mean, if some of this equipment could be paid for it, with the impact fee money or not.
Mayor, about what kind of revenue do we see come in?
All right, so right now, Marcus is kind of like in this learning and growing phase. He's building this program from the ground up. And between now and the end of the fiscal year, and shout out to Northampton and Westfield Sealers programs over there. They've been extraordinary with helping us out. He's going over there. They'll show him around, show the ropes a little bit, and even help us out here when we need it. And then also the folks at the Commonwealth, who actually on day 1, I got a letter from the state saying, hey, congratulations, by the way, we're no longer doing your weights and measures anymore. Find somebody. Which
Lovely.
We got here, and thank you for supporting the budget. And the budget really currently has just been that salary so we can get a body in there. Finally, we got a body, a surplus grew. What I told Marcus was, hey, learn the job, get me whatever it is you need. And he's breaking it out into pieces. Right now, what's in front of you is what he needs now between now and June 30. And then we're going to put a budget together for what the next fiscal year is going to look like. There's going to be much more coming in front of you for different capital needs that Marcus has been learning as we go. Somewhere he says, hey, here's what we need now. Here's what we can have later. This community is willing to help us with these weighing devices for now until we're able to, because some of these devices, they range in costs. Some of them are big that might even require a vehicle at some point in time, but we're starting small. But to your point, yeah, right. So when it comes time to get equipment that has to do with the marijuana organizations, we evaluate the revenue sources, and marijuana monies is certainly one of them that we can use instead of using our own appropriation. Is that what's in front of you right now, though, or
no? This is general fund.
Just no. Anything in there for marijuana related projects? Yeah. So eventually, as he continues to build up and we learn more, if it has to do with I'll most likely be putting an order in front of you that taps into that.
And it's a good question by Councilor Puello, and it's a fair question, and thank you for the answer. And to the auditor, I think I know the answer, but the fees that are charged and the fees that come in, general fund?
Yes, they would be general fund.
Okay. So both sources of money, the fees going into the general fund, we don't designate it, but it is part of paying for equipment. And I think Councilor Puello's right. Certainly the impact money could be used to pay for some marijuana equipment.
One friendly suggestion Also, if we can track, as we've asked this of their departments, being mindful of how much revenue you're bringing in. We like to see that once a year. You know, the clerk's office brought this in on marriage and birth certificate licenses and birth certificates, and this department this. You know, how much you're receiving,
Right.
you know, in all these different fees, because you're going around to all these different places.
So we're working right now to recover 2022's fees they're all outstanding. They're all late. No invoices went out. Nobody's collected. We've tallied up the numbers, and it's over $12,000 for what the state had done last year. So that's the money that we're going to bring in from that.
Okay.
That will go into the general fund. I think it's $12,400 or that. So it nearly offsets the $15,000 here in a sense. So we'll be bringing in money.
Super.
We'll be bringing
Appreciate
in money. Yep.
Welcome aboard. Any other discussion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made second to approve.
Second.
Send it to the full city council. Roll call. Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Counselor Puello?
Yes.
Counselor McGivern? Yes. 5-0, will go to the full city council next Tuesday. Real quick, item number 7.
We should take number 7 off the table.
Second.
Motion made second, take number 7 off the table for discussion. All those in favor, any opposed, so moved. Before I forget, quite a while ago, we were joined by Councilor Tessa Murphy-Romboletti on Zoom. Tessa, welcome. This is a request under my name for the mayor, a transfer by appropriation from clothing allowance, $200 to education and training, $200. The amount someone questioned is, why is it coming into us? And it's because it's coming from one line item into another. Clothing allowance is under personnel, and education training is under expenses. But this is a request, Mayor, it's DPW, and I think there's 2 people that had to be certified in pesticides. I know the mayor signed off on it, and I'm pretty sure this is the signature of our new superintendent.
Yep.
I don't recognize the signature yet.
Yeah. Make a motion to be approved, Mr.
Motion made second
Chairman.
that we approve. We did not invite Mr. Rossi because of the amount, and it's
They spelled it out.
certainly,
He gave it to us in writing.
and gave it to us in writing. So if there's no questions on the motion to approve,
Second.
Counselor Jordan, Counselor
Yes.
Plowman.
Yes.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Counselor Puello.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor McGivern, yes. 5-0, it's approved to the full city council. The final part of our agenda is dedicated to our treasurer, to a financial consultant advisor known as Tim Flynn, and a couple of other orders that aren't directly related, but come under Rory Casey's umbrella. And of course, the mayor and the auditor and everybody else is here to support our treasurer.
Should we,
Take a motion to take 9, 10, and 11 off the.
Motion made.
How about
second.
12?
And 12 off the
Take
table?
9,
All three.
10, 11 off, and we may get
12,
to
12 too?
and 12. And we may get to all 4. If not, we will certainly get to the first 2, which is the gist of what we're doing.
Yep.
I'll read them very quickly, then we'll go into discussion. We'll try to stay in order as far as discussion goes. Item 9 is introduced by Councilor Jordan and Councilor McGivern and Councilor Tallman. The treasurer and Flynn Financial, please appear before the Finance Committee to discuss how stabilization funds are being invested. The City Council would also like to receive quarterly financial statements on these investments going forward. In advance of this meeting, please provide these statements for the periods of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022, and we can prepare for the meeting. Some of that information has been provided, as we all know. Item number 10 is other information provided by Flynn Financial. It's a package that we received back in October of last year. And item number 11, introduced by Councilor McGee, that the city treasurer be invited to finance to bring an update on the cleanup efforts of what is going on in the treasurer's department. The cleanup is not meant to be negative, but more like an auditor, you know, to be constructive as to, Roy, how you and your department are doing, because we know there was a black hole that was inherited when you took over. And I'm not being negative either. It is what it is. The final one is we received our annual ratings from Moody's. That'll be the last item this evening. If we don't get to it, we can get to it at another meeting, but it's really just for discussion because, again, it is what it is. But it's off the table for discussion. Rory, welcome. On Tim Financial, can you tell us
introduce Mr. Flynn.
Is Mr. Flynn with us?
Yep, Mr. Flynn should be on the Zoom, and for
Yeah,
the
right here, Tim
subsequent
Flynn.
order, I believe item 11, Sarah Hunter, who's the consultant that the mayor procured. from
Sarah-
Unifin is also on the call, but Flynn, Mr. Tim's here to talk about.
Sarah, welcome, and always welcome to be with us. And Tim, we welcome you. I had to tell a few people that your blood is Holyoke, and maybe you don't live in Holyoke anymore, but you're certainly always been part of us. And I just welcome you to this evening to answer some questions and talk about your role. And Rory, did you want to, or we have Rory lead off, Kevin?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The maker of the order is Councilor Jordan, but Rory, would you like to lead into this? And
Yeah, I would just say that I think the last time this order came up, we had a healthy discussion. I've had the opportunity to speak with members of the committee since then, provide some additional information. I know that the committee would love to hear from Tim Flynn. By way of introduction, he's been working with the city in some capacity since, I believe, 1997. And currently is our manager for the stabilization accounts and our trust accounts, which are made up of the scholarship funds, the Whiting Street Fund, some cemetery funds. Provided those lists to the committee earlier today with some of that. So I know that the committee may have some questions for Mr. Flynn. He's been on the call. So I'd love to turn it over to him, if possible, to introduce himself, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
thank you, Treasurer Casey. We appreciate it. Tim, would you care to address the committee?
Sure, Mr. Chair, and a pleasure to meet you. I don't know if you can see me on video or not. Can you guys see me on video, or am I blocked out?
We can
Not
hear
yet.
you loud and clear,
We hear
but no
you.
video at the moment.
Okay, well, sorry about that. I am technologically inept, and I am unfortunately not in front of you today on short notice. I wish I was, but it's certainly a pleasure to come before you. I know I've talked with several of you over the years, and as Mr. Casey said, I've had the great pleasure as a Holyoker to work with the city in a multitude of capacities dating back to 1997 when I took my first institutional mandate with then Treasurer Mr. Donahue. And I believe, if my count is correct, I think we're now on our 4th or 5th treasurer, and I think our 4th or 5th mayor, and as a City of Holyoke resident earlier, and obviously, with my family having been there and come over, we're excited, obviously, to have worked with the city and frankly, to talk about the portfolios that we've managed for the city over, 2.5+ decades here. We currently, for the city, as Mr. Casey mentioned, manage 2 stabilization portfolios, and we manage an aggregated trust portfolio, which we had to clean up, which was made up of lots and lots and lots and lots of accounts spread over lots and lots of financial institutions. But we've essentially been able to get those accounts under our stewardship and frankly manage them to some very, very, very significant results for the city of Holyoke, and we're pretty pleased about that.
Tim or Rory, can you explain 2 stabilization accounts that you were dealing with? Because a lot of people think there's only one before we created our newer ones, but these were broken up for what reason?
Yeah, if it's acceptable, Mr. Chair, I can certainly explain that. So my very first mandate, when I was trying to develop my institutional practice back in 1997, because I had built a very significant practice down in the Middle Atlantic and the New York region, and I frankly wasn't getting up here to see my mom and dad as much as I probably should have. So my very first relationship in Massachusetts in the Commonwealth was with then Treasurer Mr. Donahue, who gave us an initial deposit of $1 million back in 1997. And then in 2006, added an additional 1.5 million for a total net invested asset of 2.5 million. As of the end of January, that account, which is referred to as Stabilization 1, sits at $10,054,054. So the reason we kept that separate, again, which was agreeable to the treasurers at the time, was so that we could track with integrity the performance of our initial mandate in the Commonwealth. We subsequently, in 2016, with then Treasurer Mr. Lumbra, took over a portfolio from, I believe, it was Commonwealth Management, Bartholomew, and we took that portfolio over in 2016, circa 9/15 of 2016. In that portfolio, we've grown by 33.2%, or 1.38 million, and that's inclusive of certainly not only the COVID correction, but it's certainly inclusive of the difficulty in displacement in the market that we saw last year, which was frankly fairly historic. So that's the reason why we have two, but we do account for them on accounting purposes to your auditor as if they're one account.
I'm going to turn this over for questions and discussion with members of the committee, but I just got to say that there's no doubt in my mind your brother Steve would not be able to figure out Zoom, but I bet your father would have.
Yeah, it was working before, I believe, when you had the CPA chair. I could see myself, but now I can't see myself, so I don't know what I'm doing. So I apologize. I'm better at managing money than I am at video.
More important, we can hear
There
you
I am.
fine.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, we're better off without the video.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
Oh, no mercy.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have questions.
Councilor Jordan.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Flynn, Kevin Jordan, nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, I just have a number of questions. Why I raise all of this, as you understand, is one, I've been on the council 25 years. I've never met you, Mr. Flynn. I was not even aware of your existence up until recently. You know, my question is, I just think this whole fund of the stabilization account needs a great deal more transparency relative to it, how it's performing, what it's invested in, who are you? You work for the city. What type of investments do we have in? This is a fund, you know, I understand the scholarship trust funds and all of that. That's in a different light than these dollars. These dollars are really the backbone. I call it the emergency fund of a family. This would be the emergency fund of the city of Holyoke, okay? If everything crapped out and we're out of money and local aid got reduced and to keep the lights on, this is where we go, is the stabilization fund. That's why we named it the Stabilization Fund, okay, to provide stabilization. So the question relates to how this is invested. And this is obviously not the retirement account. This isn't money that's, you know, maybe paid out in short increments. This is all about stability and security, okay? And it's related to not a fund with $400 million on it like the retirement account, which is paying a monthly annuity payment to different people. These dollars could be taken in one swoop. If something happened in Holyoke, we could need to take every dollar out of this account to backfill into the general fund, okay? So the question is, as I've begun to become educated on how this money is being invested, I would like to ask you, and then how does that jive with our investment policy, okay? I see that you were working for 21 years before we even had an investment policy. That alone is concerning to me. I don't know did that concern you, that we had no investment policy for the first 21 years you were on the job?
So, you want me to
Yeah, it's a
answer that
question, yeah. So like, you started in 97, we adopted investment policy in 2018. So like, how do you manage like good guidance when, is it you and the treasurer at the time or whoever just kind of talk things over, or how does that work?
Well, so let me answer the question. So the first thing is I've clearly done a pretty poor job of marketing. If for 25 years, Councilor Jordan, you don't know who I am, and I apologize for that. But I have been working for five treasurers, I believe, who under Mass General Law technically are given the statutory authority to manage money. So it technically is the statutory requirement of the treasurer to manage money. And there is very clear guidance relative to how stabilization assets are managed under Mass General Law, specifically 167-15A through 15F, and also 203C, referred to as the prudent person. So I work regularly with the treasurers talking about liquidity needs, and certainly, Councilor Jordan, I understand that if things came really apart, you could cap the entire stabilization. But the reality is, if we go back to 2008 and we look at what's happened in the city, there has been 2.15 million put into the stabilization, and there's been 2.826 taken out. And over the same period of time, again, going back to 2008 and the Great Recession and the post-recession, and then a couple of corrections in COVID and last year, if we look at the aggregated stabilization accounts for the city of Hoyle, we've made $6.7 million. So you put in 2.1, you took out 2.8, and you made almost 6.7 million. So certainly, generally speaking, a stabilization asset is considered to be not that different from a retirement asset. If you go to your financial advisor who does your bond work, whom I know, they look at it as a long-tailed asset. And granted, we have different positions in the portfolio available to pull out if we need, but regular conversations with Mr. Casey, prior Ms. Jakowski, prior Ms. Smith, prior Mr. Lumber, and prior Mr. Donahue, so that we can anticipate and shift our portfolio if and as needed. So again, we are currently operating, and stabilization money does not operate under Chapter 44, Section 54 and 55, which is general fund money. It's not general fund money.
Yeah, I understand. That's true. But let me come back to the question is, what did you just followed the statutes and the prudent person guideline in the absence of an investment policy? Like the city didn't, for the first 21 years you were working for us, we didn't have an investment policy. So I don't know if you were the treasurer.
Well, the only thing I would offer as a point of clarification is the document that I sent, which is dated 2018.
Yes.
That's the most recent signed document that I had access to. I believe that policy had been in place prior to that. That was just an executed document that I submitted to the committee. I'm happy to go back through and see if I can find additional ones. But as we've discussed, that policy itself, it's on city letterhead. It's signed by city officials. It's signed by Mr. Flynn.
Right.
But it does encapsulate all the various state laws, most commonly just referred to as the prudent person investment policies. I can't say what may or may not have existed prior to that, but I just wanted to offer that as a point of clarification.
I appreciate that. And if there wasn't a prior investment policy, I would like to see what those were. I do want to talk about what a prudent person would do. So, and then I also want to talk about, are we following the investment policy currently? Okay, so I have some questions about that. So, and I'd like to know what the investment policy was in 2008 in particular. I know, Mr. Flynn, you referenced 2008. There is something from 2008 I would like to ask you about in a little bit. But I did want to just understand that why wouldn't a prudent person, when any of this money could be drawn on, why wouldn't we have this in something like treasury bills, making 5% interest, very safe, liquid, as opposed to investing in alternatives, bonds, which haven't been doing very well. Also, we've got about 30% in stocks when, we know what happened over the last year, right? Everything's, we've been on a pretty sort of historic run there for a while. And I'll note that in September of 2021, we had $18 million. Now we're down to $14.7 million. So in the last 5 quarters, we've lost $3.2 million or $3.3 million. So that's a pretty substantial loss. So my question is, if you went back and you took all of the money since 1997 and you had it in something conservative, making 5%, I'd have to run the amortization table to see when we had the inflows of deposits made. I wonder how that would perform versus what this more aggressive portfolio has done. I don't know. Have you ever done that comparison?
So let me answer a question, if I can, that question.
Sure.
So certainly we do a tremendous amount of trade and carry currently in the treasury market, where the 1-year treasury currently is trading well over 5%. But to draw into historical context, 1 year ago, the United States Treasury 1-year forward was trading at 0.43%. If you would go back and look at the MMDT, Mass Municipal Depository Trust, which is a repository for many municipalities, including the city of Springfield. And again, Councilor Jordan, we work for 38 municipalities in the Commonwealth and 18 utilities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We've been doing this for 25 years. If you looked at the MMDT carry over the last 5 years, it was well below 1%, well below 1%. And if you look at the 12-month forward treasury, it was 0.43%. What we saw in 2022 calendar year and what we saw in 2022 fiscal year was historic. We haven't seen that type of action in the equity market or the fixed income market. And again, we need to look over a broad period of time. Since 2008, we've had 13 up markets, significantly up, and 2 down markets, which frankly is doing better than your retirement system, which I'm acutely aware of. In the 2016 portfolio that we took over, we have 6 up markets and 7 down. If we look at them in totality forward, we're averaging 7.17%. If you backtrace a bank investment, which by the way is insured by the federal government and treasuries, you would be hard pressed to earn 2%. So on $15 million, that's a significant delta. And you manage stabilization assets. Again, if Mr. Casey called us tomorrow and said, I want everything in treasuries, we're agnostic. We're happy to do whatever the treasurer wants. This is not discretionary. We are fiduciaries and consultants to the city and have been for 25 years.
Well, I think obviously changes in circumstances do make one wonder if, the outlook appears to be that we're going to be having higher elevated interest rates and we're going to be having more money in these more fixed income assets. And by the way, I only throw treasury bills out as one example. There's others. I think you make a good point, Mr. Flynn, that says, the treasury bills were lower, X period of time ago. That is true when we had low interest rates for quite some time. But there are other fixed income assets that are not alternatives, that are not the general equities of the stock market too, that do earn better than just 0.43. So my point is that what I'm concerned about is that to have that type of fluctuation, and I think it's most exacerbated in terms of prudent person, that in the time you would need these funds the most, is when we're going to be suffering the most losses. The point I make in that is saying, if things are going generally well in the economy and Massachusetts tax revenues are up, okay, that is unlikely to be the time when we would feel pressure on our local aid. But if we were to have a general downturn in the economy, or to have the stock market go way down, as we've seen over the last 5 quarters, okay, that would be a time when you could have potential strong pressure on tax revenues and receipts, and therefore that's not a time when you want to be losing $3.3 million, okay, because that's when you're going to now need to draw into those funds. The point is, when times are worse is when we're at most need, and when the times are good, it's least need. So the point is, you need a level of conservatism. This is not about maximizing returns, because we have a potential draw on these funds of potentially as much as all the money. That would never happen in the retirement fund. So I disagree with this notion that this is the same as the retirement board. No pensioner is going up and saying, give me all $400 million. That's never going to happen. There could be a scenario where the mayor and the council says, yeah, I need the whole $15 million. And it's got to be there when we need it.
So Councilor Jordan, if I can.
Sure.
So what I would look at is, first off, excuse me, the stock market is a forward-looking indicator. It's already priced in all the bad news. Unfortunately, the municipal market, which you're about to find out, the tax collection, is a lagging indicator. It looks backward. It's going to lag in its tax receipts. The market is already priced in the worst bond market that we've seen since 1980. It's priced in the worst stock market that we've seen, even worse than 2008. So the reality is, if we look at fiscal year 23 right now, to date, we're up 4.37. And to anybody who's on the council, the reason I would have you pay attention to that is if we look at our comparative indexes, which are stocks and bonds, the bond market over that same period of time is down 1.3. And the stock market, which currently makes up 26% of our portfolio, which by the way is to the low end of all the stabilizations we manage, including Chicopee, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, and others, is currently only up 6. So we're up 4.37% fiscal year to date, 650,000. And if we go back to last year, fiscal year 22, and we look at the funds as a whole, and then we look at fiscal year 21, which was up 20 to 21%, and we balanced the two of them out in a short measure of time, the city of Holyoke sits $850,000 to the positive looking at FY21 and FY22. $850,000 to the positive, and since 2008 sits up 6.7 million. So as we look at the portfolio as a whole and its composition, Councilor, we have $1 million in short-term fixed income. You haven't even taken out $1 million net since 2008. And if the situation in the city of Holyoke is going to become that poor, I trust that Mr. Casey is going to reach out and we'll change the composition immediately. But we're up 650,000 for fiscal year 2023.
$850,000. Well, okay. If you take that on $18 million, which was our balance at the time, I'd have to get the calculator out as to what percentage it is, but that's not wildly greater than a strong fixed income asset. You basically, you're blending together a really strong stock market year and then a horrific stock market year and saying, well, it kind of all evened out. My point is, as fiscal prudent people, just think of it this way. What family would basically take the bulk of their emergency fund and put it in risky assets? Who would do that? right? That's not what a prudent family would do, and that's certainly not the way the city should be operating. I question that. And so it really leads one to wonder, and by the way, let's talk about the investment policy for a moment, if we will. Even using the...
Mr. Jordan, can I correct you on one point?
Sure.
The city of Holyoke moved $1 million out of our stabilization account number 1 to People's Savings Bank. So that $1 million is technically still there. It was just moved to another account.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I didn't even opine on that, but that's fine. I want to talk about the investment policy. So it says in the investment policy, it gives specific under quote unquote section 2C strategy. It lays out what the normalized percentages are. And granted, there's wide ranges, which, by the way, that should be revisited. This whole investment policy, in my opinion, needs to be revisited. So we're going to have, in my opinion, more discussions about this going forward, but just taking it at face value. And by the way, and I have talked to the treasurer about us, once we get on board on this thing, codifying this in an ordinance that the mayor has input, that the council has input in conjunction with the treasurer, because we need to make sure we as a whole community are on the same page as to where the money's going and how we're doing this. So it says cash normalized at 10%. I reviewed the recent statement that you had, and it says cash is at 0.3%. Why is that, Mr. Flynn?
We currently hold quite a bit of money in ultra-short bonds to maximize yield. So again, those are relatively short duration fixed income, but that's a target range. We're not required to be there. We're not being paid to basically manage cash. That's a maximum target range from 0 to 10%.
Cash in section C strategy says you'll have between 10 and 100% of the dollars invested in cash and cash alternatives. You're currently at 0.3%. Is that following the investment policy?
I don't have that investment policy in front of me, but again, we travel to cash alternatives or cash equivalents, could be an ultra short bond fund. And as I said, we have over $1 million in ultra short bonds right now.
And just one
sure.
on the
And excuse me, sorry, Mr. Casey, we're also aware that there is $1 million that was moved into a CD currently at another bank, which would basically comport to a holistic investment policy.
Yeah, all I was going to say was that investment policy envisions all the different types of investments. So certainly when we talk about general fund, as we've discussed, versus stabilization versus it really does boil down to the citation to state law and making sure that we're following that. And, I'd also just say that the whole term prudent person is something that the state coined.
Right.
It's not something that somebody wanted to be creative and put it down. That's something that even when I've talked with other treasurers about investment, they said, follow the prudent person policy as delineated by the state.
Okay. Well, there are two categories. There's section 2, which is general fund revenue, and then there is these quote unquote long-term ones. I would suggest that that's a misclass on stabilization fund. In my opinion, I think we should be way more conservative with this stabilization fund than we're currently. But even accepting that, because all of what we're talking about would not be allowed under Section 2 of our investment policy. So I'm in a light most favorable to what Mr. Flynn is doing. I'm judging what he's doing based on Section 3, okay? Because technically that is where stabilization fund. Now, should that remain the policy? Well, that's for everybody, and you'll be the largest voice in all of this, Rory, because you're the treasurer. But we do need to have a conversation around investment policy. But nevertheless, it does say 10 to 100% in cash, and I note from the financial statement we're at 0.3. Then you're on alternatives. That was consistent with the policy. Fixed income was consistent with the policy. Equities was a little on the high side. It said normalized at 20. We're currently at 28. It is within the range because, again, what I found disingenuous about the policy is it's really throwing out these broad categories. So it's almost like, how are you not in compliance? Fixed income, 30 to 90. That's a pretty big range. What kind of policy? That's like saying, what's your favorite day of the week? Pick Monday through Sunday. I mean, isn't that all the days? I mean, how can you be wrong? And what kind of policy is this? But interestingly enough, even though we say cash is 10 to 100, we still aren't following it because we're at 0.3. Okay. So the point is, we need to address the conservatism of this fund and what we're doing. So now, Mr. Flynn, I do want to ask you a couple questions. And by the way, I've asked these questions of other people who are agents of the city, the insurance brokers of record. I wanted to know what they are compensated, how they're paid. Obviously, you work hard. You've been doing this for 25 years for the city. What are you compensated? What is your commission in all of this?
I do not get paid a commission, Counselor. We operate as a fiduciary. We are not an agent or a broker. We operate, again, as a fiduciary consultant. We charge 0.3% for assets under management. And that's been the same price since 1997. We've never increased it.
Okay.
And if I can add,
sure,
we extend that courtesy to all nonprofits in the city of Holyoke to manage their portfolios, whether they're $50,000 to $250,000 or $1 million. So we extend the same courtesy that we give to the city to all nonprofits, 0.3%, which is the cheapest in the state.
Yes, and I would agree with you. That is a very fair management fee. I have evaluated others, and I would say that is. So you're saying your expense ratio for you is 0.3%?
No, 0.0003%. On every $1 million we manage, we get $3,000 a year. We cover all trading. Within the ranges, we bring things back and forth. Within the ranges, we cover all trading, all reporting, all audit work, all reconciliation and everything for 0.3%.
Right. You and I are saying the same thing. That's what I said. You just did it as a decimal point. I did it as a percentage. Okay, thank you. Is that disclosed anywhere in any of the financial statements?
It's on every statement when the fee hits, and it's in our investment agreement with the city, and it is disclosed in every audit cycle to the city, and it has been for years.
Can you guys show me where that is? Because I couldn't find it in any of the reports I was provided. That's why I asked the question.
Again, I'm not in the office, Councilor Jordan. I can certainly send you our investment advisory agreement, which the city is operating under, which is, again, unilateral. You can terminate at any point, but that's covered in there, and it has been an unchanged fee for 24 years.
Yep, there's a great number of things I'm getting educated on in all of this, and if you would be kind enough to send those to me, I would like to bring myself up to speed on all of that. Please.
I'll have those forwarded to Treasurer Casey tomorrow by my office.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'd like to understand about, the review of the investment policy, how performance is. What has been your relationship with the treasurers in the past? Do you do a quarterly meeting and review the financial statements? How often do you meet, and there's obviously certain requirements around reporting that are mentioned in this this investment policy. There's discussions about supervision. There's Section I, relationship with financial institutions. Section J, reporting requirements. If I were to go back and to pull all of this, are there all these things that are supposed to be given to the treasurer? These meetings that are taking place, these public reportings of what's going on and the evaluation, does that happen on a monthly, quarterly basis? What is the relationship of how we're doing look like, interfacing with you, Mr. Flynn?
Well, let me kick that back, and I think he's in attendance, and then I'll answer it. Rory, could you answer that question? What is your general relationship been so far with Flynn Financial?
I would say that it's been very proactive on Mr. Flynn's part. From the time I took office less than 6 months ago to now, we have cell phone numbers. If I have questions, he's been more than willing to talk, and we've also discussed some potential things in the future that we'd like to do, like setting up an OPED trust, something that I know that the mayor's very interested in, something that has been called for in our audits, and something that he has experience not just across the state, but here in Holyoke, working with another governmental body in setting up. So, I would say that I can't speak to, what may have been the conversations or relationships with folks in the past, but in my short time here, it's been very proactive on his part and very responsive. I know that the auditor's office, he mentioned the trust, and I know we're not really talking about that. We're talking about the stabilization, but there were issues as far as needing to balance out exactly what that is. And they've done a good job, in my opinion, of helping clean that up. And when we've needed additional information, we've gotten it, within a day, if not more.
Excellent. So, for example, how often do you meet with Mr. Flynn? Do you meet with him on a quarterly basis and review all of the things in the reporting requirement rules and review these statements? Is that, you've been on the job 6 months, so you've had 2 meetings already?
Like I said, we've had a number of conversations. We haven't had formal sit-down meetings. I get reports sent to me now. Those reports will be forwarded to the council as well, quarterly. He has staff that work in his office, so it's not just Mr. Flynn that I would deal with directly. There's at least 2 other people that I've had dealings with in his office, but he's been very responsive.
And I'm sure. I'm just, what I'm trying to create, though, is I know how busy you are. You don't have this army of staff, that I think it would be in the best interest of the city to have structured meetings on quarterly basis, reviewing all of this and making sure all these reporting requirements are actually happening in these investment policies. So, and then making sure these documents are being shared with the mayor and with the council too, so that, we can, that's how the system works, right? Mr. Flynn, you're doing what you do, and the treasurer watches what you do, and you watch what he does, and I watch what all of you do, and the mayor watches what we do. And that's how you're obviously a very savvy, smart guy. You know how this works. And I try to do my part, to do my due diligence in all of this. So I just want to make sure that whatever the rules are, that from time to time we check in with each other. And I think it would be helpful that, we can have these conversations to say it isn't just we do what we always did, right? That, that we have an interjection of conservatism more, I think, especially in light of where we're going now. So, as you look at the forecast now going forward, Mr. Flynn, and since we do have the ability to save money on some of these fixed incomes, do you think there's a capacity now for us to maybe looking at what the horizon is to be, you can get 5%, like the point we made on a treasury bill, or these other fixed income assets, you could grind out something 6, maybe 7%, or even 5%, as opposed to hoping the stock market turns around. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so let me answer that question if I can, Councilor Jordan. So currently what you're seeing right now is a steep inversion in the yield curve. And again, I'll answer any questions people have, and if I get too filled with jargon. But if you look at the yield curve right now, it's very steep, the Treasury yield curve, to approximately right now 11 months. When you look at the 12-month and forward, the yield curve drops off very, very steeply. meaning the yields you would get at 12, 13, 14, and 18 and 36 months are right now trading significantly lower. The 10-year is right now trading at about a 3.7% rate. So it's certainly much higher than you're seeing in the 11, than you're seeing in the 10-year or the 5 or the 2. And so what that means is certainly the Treasury is moving towards a terminal rate. The Treasury is going to hit, whether it's 5.4 or 5.6 or 5.7, the Treasury is almost done with its escalation. And once it hits terminal rate and levels, Treasuries are going to drop in yield and prices are going to go up, right? Prices are going to go up, which means the Treasuries that you had, once that happens, will become worth less than they are now. So we're very careful as we ease out into that yield curve to be too far out. And we're certainly careful right now because we think what's going to happen is the yield curve is going to come back to a levelization in the nearer term. That said, we also think that as inflation works its way out, and it is working its way out, and it was deeply entrenched, that we're going to see economic recovery. We're already seeing it in China based on the numbers today. We're seeing it based on PMI and manufacturing. And so I think that economically, the forward 12 months is certainly better looking than the rear view looking 12 months. And when we manage money, similar to the way, again, anybody would manage money, we certainly are cognizant of absolute performance. We hate parentheses, but we also look at relative performance. As we look backwards 12 months, if we look at our composite index for the city of Holyoke, which means on balance, how have we done versus our composite? We are 2.4 or 240 basis points of avoided loss. And so that means the portfolios that have been built are working. We are marginally optimistic going forward. But again, I would be cognizant of taking all this money and going to a 12-month forward treasury. If Mr. Casey calls us, we'll do that. But again, I think if you talk to any of your rating agencies and you talk to your financial advisor, I believe it's Ms. McNerney, they look at stabilization as a long-tailed asset, and it should be managed as that with $1 million or $2 million in short-term assets in the portfolio.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I also want to just make sure is that our investments are legally compliant. And hand in hand, I want to make sure that the current investment policy and the way we have these things are invested, we say that we're following the law and all this, but do the Treasurer's Office, or have you had a chance to review this with either the Attorney General's office or other people that make sure that the way we have things are invested correctly?
Well,
Currently, yep.
If I could, I would say I haven't spoken with the Attorney General. I don't know. I haven't had any cause to. I would say that all of this is part of our annual audit with Melanson and Heath.
They review for this?
I believe they review all of this, yes. From my understanding, they do. And I believe Mr. Flynn said some of the documentation that the council had requested this evening has been submitted to them previously. So I feel comfortable with them, with Melanson, obviously, or Markham as they're known now, and their history with the city. So I would say that where we're sitting currently, we are in legal compliance, but as I've mentioned to you, I'm always going to keep a special eye on our funds. That's the core of this job as treasurer, is to protect the city's money.
Right.
And so I'm going to ensure that that's the case.
Well, I appreciate that. And Mr. Flynn, again, what I'm about to ask about, again, not intended to be a gotcha question or a gotcha statement, please understand. But Mr. Flynn, again, you've been working with us for a long time, and you're probably familiar that in 2008, the Boston Globe did an article about investments in Holyoke and some other neighboring communities that you were involved in here overseeing our funds. And one of the statements that was made in it that was under Massachusetts law, communities are supposed to keep cash in highly liquid, like bank accounts and U.S. Treasury bills, so that the money is readily available. And I don't know if you were working for UBS at the time or not, but apparently there was a penalty of about $37 million that was handed out for not having funds invested in conformance with Massachusetts state law. You were specifically mentioned in this article. And Holyoke was able to recoup $3.2 million, okay? And at that time, the question was about what are permissible investments? And the question is, was the money conservatively invested? And so the question is, subsequent to 2008, are we making sure that this account is being run, and the Attorney General's office was involved in this? And the question is, are we continuing to be legally compliant based on what was represented in the Boston Globe and with the Attorney General's office, these type of investments?
The portfolio currently is in full compliance with 203C of Mass General Law, the prudent person.
Okay. All right. Very good. So I would just ask that, I am a little concerned. I'll just leave it out there. And again, I'm not the final decision maker, although I think we need to have, as elected leaders, a conversation about how we invest the money. And I think I am not comfortable, me personally, Kevin, about having all this money in the stock market, alternatives, in some of these other types of foreign equities, no, not with this account. Retirement fund, different item, okay? Maybe the trust of funds, the scholarships, I have not studied those, okay? So I'm not opining on those. But relative to the stabilization fund, in my opinion, Rory, and you're the ultimate likely decision maker here, I think you need to seriously dial this back and have this more conservative. The good news is conservative is paying more than it historically has, and look at more fixed income assets and look at how we can work together to invest these things in a more conservative manner. We need to make sure, if that even means we get 2-3% less, we don't get 7.1 on average, but we get 4, that's okay, in my opinion, because we can say at any given moment the money's there, not a swing of $3.3 million over 15 months. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Counselor. And I do think that this is an important conversation. One thing, two things. The first, on the policy, as I've mentioned to you and to the mayor, and probably part of this second conversation once we're done with this, about some of the policies and procedures that the DOR is working on, that Sarah, the consultant working with my office, is working on, ultimately to become codified. I would welcome, this to be part of that conversation. I have actually had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Flynn about the exact scenario that you just laid out, about should we be moving our stabilization fund into something, like a treasury bond or something that's going to get 5%. And the advice that he offered to the council tonight is the same advice he offered to me, which is that we're in a very unique period of time where rates are what they are. And we're not going to see that. We don't know how long we're going to see that for. And that is why I feel confident where we're at with our stabilization. But I do agree that we need to have more review, more regular review, more open conversation, and more discussion about that. So I'm all in favor of that. But it's through Mr. Flynn's, some of his guidance and advice that we've actually made some other strategic investments with some of our general fund cash, where we are going to be reaping 5% interest that isn't going to be kept in a stabilization fund necessarily. I mean, the council and the mayor can decide what to do with this revenue when it comes in, but in the next 12 months or so, about $750,000 worth of interest that we're going to be receiving, and that is in large part due to some of the guidance that Mr. Flynn has offered. So
Yep.
I want to thank him for his time and his guidance, as well as the council.
No, and it's a fair point you make. And I've also heard, to your credit, Mr. Flynn, I've heard some good work that you've done on helping with the OPED situation over at the Holyoke Gas and Electric. You deserve a lot of credit in that regard. And now that might be something we could use your services to have on it, maybe a more long-term type of approach, as we need to start making investments in that regard. So that might be another venue. Thank you.
Happy to help.
I just, a couple quick comments to our treasurer and to Tim. Rory, I understand everything you just said, and I believe in it, because I think it's important to have these conversations, discussions for transparency, for historical perspectives, to understand where we are and why we are where we are. And that's what we do on a regular basis, not just with our stabilization investment, but with everything we do within the finances of the city of Holyoke. But what's even equally, or maybe sometimes more important to me, is to find out where we're going. We need the services of someone like Tim Flynn. And that's why we pay 0.3% for management fees, but also to be able to have the insight to understand when it's time to do what we do with our monies. I firmly believe, and Senator McNary would say the same, I think the same thing, and we've had more, just to back it up, more debates in the city council about not using stabilization than we have about using it. So when you look at the money that we've actually put into stabilization and the money that has grown, the amount that we know today from investment, it makes a lot of sense, because it gives us a little bit better footing about doing what we do, and a little bit more stabilization about the budget itself. And I know Councilor Jordan is right. God forbid if we ever have to look to use the whole thing. On a personal note, I just want to say that preteen basketball coaches are charged with giving their players the skills of playing basketball, but not about win and lose. The skills of playing basketball that for a preteen becomes the skills of life. And Mr. Flynn, I think your coach did a great job. But
Yes, he did, Counselor. Yes,
we'll
he
just
did,
leave
Mr.
that.
Chair,
We'll
he
just
did.
leave that at that, because this was an incredibly important conversation. Thank you for the information you provided to us. Thank you for answering the questions, and we appreciate it greatly. And I do agree with Councilor Jordan that the treasurer is going to make the ultimate decisions, and I may not be as conservative as Kevin is, but I'm not that far off either. Is there any further discussion?
These, I think, complied with, huh?
Okay. Councilor Jennings made a motion that this has been complied with.
Second.
If there's no further discussion, roll call. Councilor Jordan, yes?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson-Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor Powell?
Yes.
Wow, sorry. And Councilor McGivern, yes. That was item number 9. Item 10 is that we receive, it's the information that was provided directly from Flynn Financial.
Motion to be received?
Motion made second, we receive. Councilor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilor Tallman? Councilor
Yes.
Anderson-Burgos?
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Powell? Councilor McGivern, yes. And Tim, thank you. We have 2 other orders. You're always
I'll
welcome.
sign off.
You'll
And
sign-
I'm always grateful for the city of Holyoke. Thank you.
Your dad would be proud of that, too.
Have a good night.
Good night, Tim.
Signing off?
Yes. All right, Councilor, item number 11.
Councilor McGee.
This was by Councilor McGee. We don't have to do this tonight, but I just wanted to make sure we kept it in our sights. Todd filed this and referred it to committee about the city treasurer be invited to update us on the efforts in the department since you took over, Rory. Are you up to doing that tonight, or would you rather?
Well, I think I don't want to hold us up any longer. I know I'd love to go home and see my kiddos myself, but I just, in fairness to her time, Sarah Hunter, who is contracted through the mayor's office through funding that this council had approved, and we're very thankful for that, has joined us. And if for no other reason than to just introduce Sarah and allow her to talk a little bit about the work, but I would agree that we don't need to, go down too far in the conversation, but I'm open to whatever the council decides.
Thank you. Sarah, are you with us?
Hi. Can you
Hi.
hear me okay?
We can hear and see you, yes.
Great. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I'm very passionate about what I do, so sometimes I can be long-winded. I'm going to try and keep it short tonight for you guys, though. I'll just go over briefly basically what we've been doing and what we've been working on in the treasurer's office. Our main focus is to get a process in place and create a treasurer's manual when we're done. This is to make sure that the office is stable, that no matter who sits in that position, if there's turnover or vacancies, that we're going to give them the tools to succeed. So right now, I'm just going to go briefly over the things that have been most difficult in that office over the years that we're basically focusing on right now. One of the biggest ones is cash book and reconciliation. That has been an issue ongoing, and it's no reflection, in my opinion, on any past treasurer. I think it is simply the process that's not quite up to date. One of the issues that we have is they're not currently using the system. So I think once Munis is in place, some of those struggles that we're having are going to be taken away. Obviously, there's a lot of training that goes with Munis, so we'll have to deal with that. But currently, because there's a lag, it's holding up the auditor's department with posting things because we're providing things a little bit later than we would like to. It is getting better, but still, we are still lagging behind. We did close out 2022, which I say close out. We sent everything over to to Markham, and that has been completed. We started FY23 reconciliations. That is just the very beginning stages of FY23 recon, but we have been sending over the dailies to the city auditor. One of the other issues that has been happening for many years that has been impacting the city is taxes and withholdings. So we have a draft process in place, basically creating and having one employee eventually be cross-trained, who part of their job is main focus is on employee withholdings. That's going to help with making sure things are done timely, not only filed with the state and federal government, but as well as uploading to retirement, insurances, which is very important. We also tend to, in many communities, there's a loss of money because you're paying fines, you're paying interest. Sometimes you're paying for insurances where there's no longer an employee. So that loss of income or paying out is an issue. So this will help the community by having this particular process perfected. Another piece was payroll. Now payroll, basically we have one employee who does a majority of the payroll, which leaves a gap if there's vacation or sick. And as payroll is probably one of the most important things, everybody needs to get paid. So that's another thing that Rory's done a great job at cross-training. So that way the primary person who does payroll, if she is sick or takes vacation, we do have backup. Another thing that I'd like to talk about briefly is tax title. Now tax title, it's our fiduciary responsibility to collect taxes and any money for the community. We've been working with the tax title attorney to get things more current. And also a staff member has really Lourdes has taken on a lot of responsibilities, which is key in that office, to get letters out and process things timely. I think the biggest thing to take away is when I came in here, I was introduced to Reconcile and we were given the Excel spreadsheet. Now that's very common Excel is used to reconcile. In many communities, it's almost like an offset. So I wasn't surprised at that. But when I did come in later on in the summer, it did come to my attention that the treasurer's office actually was running on Excel and not using Munis to its fullest. So that was definitely a concern of mine, because that will speed up the process. The good news is I think we're in that groove to get ready. It's a big undertaking, and that's probably my guess why it wasn't done in the past. But I do feel as though Munis will help improve a lot of the workflow in the office, as well as working with the auditors and keeping that relationship going positive. Throughout this whole ordeal, we've been in communication with the DOR on all of the goals that we've been trying to work towards in that office. They seem to be very happy with what we're working towards. They understand that it does take a long time. But again, any questions that we may have, any concerns that we may see within the office that maybe have been done in the past, but since laws have changed that we want to move forward. So they've been working with us as well. Another thing we're adding is a calendar, municipal calendar, which, by the way, after the last talking with Mr. Flynn, I added my notes that we want to add to that to make sure that we have a quarterly meeting for the investor. And then trust funds are also on our mark to eventually discuss. So in a nutshell, that's where we're at in the office. Still a lot to go, but I think we've made progress, and I think the process itself is really what we need to focus on.
Sarah, thank you. Sarah, I probably should have given or helped give a better introduction, but you're working primarily as a consultant. Do you work on your own, or do you work for someone?
Actually, I own the firm, but we do have many staff members that have been coming in over the past few months. We ranges from our senior staff, who are a lot of retirees who've worked in Munis, who have been treasurer and collectors for years in different capacities. They've helped with questions, some training. I also have staff members who come in and do a lot of the scanning, making things a little bit more digital. Those types of things help for us to do not only off-site work, but the big picture goal will be when we do start reconciling. There's actually a process that allows whomever is reconciling to find when there's an error, to be able to share the documents. And Munis actually has an area where you can scan and attach documents. So if we can get into that process as well, that would be great. So there's actually probably in all, I would say about 6 of us who have come in at different times to help out in the office.
Thank you. And I know you made reference, and Treasurer Casey has made reference. We're not looking to slam previous treasurers, and we certainly aren't looking to slam the current treasurer. But we do, it's a process, and I think you said it correct, Sarah. It's a process that we need to be defined and we need to be adhered to, because it has an impact on so many different parts of our financial health, so many other agencies, whether it be the school department, whether it be our departments, our auditor has to wait for a lot that happens in the treasurer's office before her work and her office can perform their work. So we're all in it together, and I know the mayor keeps a thumb on all of it and keeps it going forward, because I think it's the mayor who looked for the use of free cash, and the city council agreed with them, to hire you and to hire a number of different other consultants. But in this area, Sarah, we appreciate your input this evening, and I just wanted to make sure everybody knew how you got here and where you came from. But thank you.
Great, thank you.
Roy, did you want to add anything?
No, I think, obviously if there's any questions tonight, we're happy to answer that. Your point, Counselor, is one that's very important to just emphasize, that the issues that this office faces are issues of structure and policies and procedures. And there are so many different things that this office is supposed to do that it hasn't been doing. There's things that this office has kind of taken on over the years that really should be handled by other departments. And so when I came in, the thing that was wonderful was the staff. I really need to say that, and not just the staff in my office, the 3 staff members that I have, but also the support from other offices, specifically the auditor's office, and Sharon, who was the acting treasurer for the time over the summer before the council made an appointment. And I think that having her have spent some time over there really, helps with the other departments. And when you look at the audit findings from the past, a lot of it boils down to communication. And I think that we're at a point right now where the tax collector, the treasurer, the assessor, the auditor, we might not always, see eye to eye on every issue, but I do firmly believe that we're all in constant communication, constantly working towards the common goal of improving quality of life in the city of Holyoke through strengthening the city's finances. So I just wanted to make that point known that when I'm done with this, because when you interviewed me, and I was very clear then, I've been very clear throughout, this is not a career path that I had sought out. This isn't what I expected, but I feel that what this city needs right now is to really get the office back to basics. And part of that is not just repairing little things here and there, putting Band-Aids on things. It's really about ripping it back to the studs. Like when you renovate the home, you can see the leak in the ceiling, and if you just keep putting paint over it, you're not going to see the leak, but eventually it's going to come back, and eventually it's going to turn into mold, and eventually it's going to snowball from there. And I think that that's really what I view is my main focus. So there's been bumps in the road. There's, certainly some things that were going well, maybe aren't going as well. Things that weren't being done at all are now actually happening. But it's really about that. It's about getting the office back to basics, getting everybody cross-trained. There should never be a scenario where a single employee, not even a department head, just an employee of the city, has to worry about whether or not they can be sick. Because if they're sick and they don't take their laptop home, nobody's getting paid. And that was the scenario in the city of Holyoke up until the past 6 months or so, when we've been able to really cross-train folks in the office, get people up to speed. And even today, that payroll person came in and was so excited that she can plan a vacation to spend time with her children who are going out on spring break. Where a year ago, she wouldn't have felt comfortable doing that, even just taking a vacation. So those are the types of things that I've been focused on. And again, happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Councilor Tomlin.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. Thank you, sir, for coming in, and the mayor for getting some consulting help in this department. And it's a very important department. All the financial keys of the city is as you said, it's got to work together. That's very important. And reading the audit from Mellison, was it now Markham? And the one we got recently was from 2021. So actually, we're 2 years almost into it. And some of the stuff that had been previously said, and Sarah mentioned it today, is about reconciling the cash book and having a more quicker turnaround, instead of like quarterly, like a monthly look at it, because now you can catch something. If there is an error, you can catch it within that month instead of waiting 2 months down the road, and then it starts to get out of hand. And I think that's important. You mentioned last time, Rory, we came down here a few months ago, about the accounts that you have. Have you made any progress of that? The bank accounts or savings accounts? You said you had about 40 or 50 or 60. I mean, I think that would be a help too, to weighing that number down.
Yep.
To make it easier to get a hold of things.
Yep. So we are in the process of that. I can say that at this point, We've closed out a couple of bank accounts, especially with institutions not local. I think supporting local institutions, diversifying, right? But supporting local institutions because the people that work there work in our community, and we, so yes, made some progress. Part of that progress, though, isn't just shutting down the accounts, right? Because you never know if something might trickle in. Why did this account exist? Only to find out that was, every 5 years something comes into it, So we don't want to just shut things down right away. We want to leave things open for a little bit, but it is something that I've been working, talking with Peoples more about, talking with some of the other entities that hold, whose bank accounts we are entrusted with, gas and electric, so on and so forth, about restructuring, and also putting in fraud protection, which hadn't existed in certain things, making sure that the checks that are being written are actually being activated at the bank so that they can be tracked much easier. It's not just somebody could find a check. This hasn't happened. I don't want to worry anybody, but just the scenario in which a check could go missing and go get cashed. When you have a positive pay system in place, unless that check's been activated with the bank, it doesn't matter whose signature on it. It's never going to get cashed. So putting those types of protections in, that's really been a lot of the focus. But again, there's so many different things to carve out the time to focus in. It really is every day trying to figure out what's the priority of today, of the week. But that is the goal, to get to that point. And I would also say that once we go all in with Munis, and even when I've talked about Munis or we've talked about Munis, I was shocked to find out how little of it we're actually using. Once we go all in with this, we're not just going to be able to reconcile on a quarterly or monthly basis. Some of this we'll be able to catch within days. Yeah. If money's coming in, if we don't know where is it going to the right revenue fund? Is it going to the right code? The reports that the council would like to get. I know the auditor at one point said, I just want more reports. Can Munis give me the reports? And that's what we're working towards. And that's going to revolutionize the way we do business in City Hall.
I think I heard that loud and clear from Sarah when she said something about Excel, and then she said we're slowly getting into Munis. It wasn't working. And I think that's important to try to get that program going as much as you can. And also the point you said about the cross-training. It's important to have people, where they can do other jobs, because as you said, somebody gets out sick, who's going to take care of that position or that job, that function of that office if that person is out sick. So that's the key too. And I'm glad to see the progress. And I know it's an ongoing thing. It's going to take some time, but you're moving in the right direction, and I appreciate that.
Any further discussion? Councilor Jordan.
So Rory, just a couple. We're in good stead in terms of the state and getting our local aid and all of that. We obviously had received some emails that were pretty concerning.
Yep.
All of that has been squared away, or we're where we need to be. There's no cash flow issues coming.
There's no cash flow issues. I can tell you that. That's not an issue. Where we're at as far as getting everything filed with the state, Schedule A, filing that, we are making progress. We've uploaded just about everything. At this point, we've handed just about everything over to Markham, who actually will prepare those documents, get back to us with more information. I know there was, and this speaks to communication, right? There had been some miscommunication about what was needed when things, we say, oh, it's been done, but they were still waiting for more stuff. We, I feel, have resolved a lot of that. And even to the point, to Sarah's credit, when Tanya from Melanson came in and talked with us, she said, well, Sarah's done this reconciliation. She's worked with her in other communities before. She was feeling pretty confident about where we're at. But there's still more work to be done, but I would say compared to other years where there have been similar issues, we are ahead of the game in getting that accomplished.
When you say there's no cash flow issue, just so we're clear, is that we turned in everything to the state that we're supposed to at this time, or is it that I believe the consequence is they shut off the money, but then they give you up to X date to do it before it becomes completely money lost? Obviously,
Correct.
We won't get hopefully to that point.
Yeah.
But where does all that stand at this point?
It
was due when, and where are we at now?
Well, it's actually due in November.
November,
I
okay.
believe November is when some of it's due. It's rare that the city's ever met that deadline, and we have. And to Tanya's credit, a couple of years ago, that had happened.
So that hasn't been turned in yet, but we're in progress.
We're in progress, yeah. And as far as
what's the ETA
cash
on that?
flow- well, we've uploaded just about everything to Markham, and we're waiting to hear back from them on what other kind of communication they're going to need, or what kind of information that they're going to need from us. But as far as the deadlines go, there's a deadline of, if you don't have it all done by February 15th, they start to withhold certain types of state aid. Not all state aid. It doesn't mean the money shuts off or we don't get it. It also doesn't mean that you lose it. If we didn't file this by next August, then we'd be in a much different scenario. But we're not even close to that being a situation.
So we're beyond February 15th, obviously,
We are, yep.
being March 1st, I
Yep.
believe. First. And so what have they shut off so far?
Oh, well, we wouldn't, technically, we would have received some funding yesterday at the end of the month, because we get this money monthly. If last year, for example, we didn't receive the February and March payments until April. But then you get it all at once.
So you think we're like 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, or like how much more time do you think we need to get this done if you had your best guess?
That's really a question for Markham to see what they come back with, because they might come back and say, things look great, we can upload it all. They might come back and say, you still need to make some adjustments. We haven't had that communication back from them yet.
Okay. You'll obviously, I'm sure the mayor has you debrief him and the auditor, I'm sure, on a regular basis on this topic. Okay, thank you.
Roy, the later we give Markham, and I'm going to say Melanson and Heat for the rest of my life, the information, the later they're going to get back to us.
Correct.
Which is why we're in so many areas doing things at the 11th hour.
Absolutely.
So,
and that's, again, I'm going to, and I mentioned this to Councilor Jourdain, he got me on a bit of a tangent the other day talking about Munis. And once we get there, and we're not there yet, it's going to be a lot of work to get there, but once we get there, these will become issues of the past. It's not going to be, we have a good couple of years, and then something happens. There's a transition, there's a this, there's a that, and all of a sudden, we don't have our financials in place. We don't have the books closed. Once we are all in with them, once we are all in internally with Munis utilizing it, that is going to be a thing of the past. And it's been a constant thing for decades, right? This isn't a new thing. There's a lot of new people right now. There's a lot of new energy. There was a lot of turnover during the pandemic. So there's new people in new positions trying to get this done. I have to give so much credit to our auditor, Tanya. She is really the captain of the ship. And I mean that in the most positive way possible. She holds people accountable.
Good.
I know that's something that's been talked about before, and it's something that, even when it might get frustrating sometimes, it's welcome, because I will say that hasn't always been the case in the city at varying levels, right? And so we now have a mayor, we have an auditor, we have a new tax collector who is a joy to work with, who really wants to ensure that the job is being done correctly. Not that others hadn't, but just we have all of these people, we have this moment in time right now to really accomplish this. And I'm
Can I
very excited to be
interject
part of
real
that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to add that the process we talked about in identifying these areas, so cash book and reconciliation has been ongoing for the city. And so one of the key processes we'd like to include is to almost have a person's, a portion of their job similar to the withholdings, where their job is to maintain daily the cash book. And as Rory had mentioned about reconciling and not just, quarterly or monthly, when we talk about daily, that person who would be basically one-on-one with the cash book and the reconciliation, who will be one of many, obviously, but there'll be a main person who's doing these. And they're daily checking these cash books. They're daily making sure that the reconciliations are done. They're daily looking for things. So that's the ultimate goal. Again, it's not going to happen right away, but just like a payroll person, there needs to be, and we'd like to have somebody designated for that specific. So that way at the end of the month, you're not reconciling the full month. They've been reconciling every single day and picking up on those things. So I just wanted to interject that process that we're trying to work towards once we get into this.
Thank you. And I hope we get there sooner than later, Sarah, because there's a lot of decisions we have to make in the near future. Getting away, just real quick, debt obligation, the city debt obligation, the sewer obligation. I think, gas and electric stand separate. I think waterworks stand separate, and are probably pretty solid if my guess is accurate. Schools, middle school project coming. Do you feel comfortable that you have your thumbs on our debt obligations in the near future to start talking about what we have to do with the middle school and start talking about what's going to happen at the wastewater treatment plant?
Absolutely. And the mayor's invited me to, be more involved with some of the conversations as far as both of those go, actually. And I feel very confident about where we're heading. We obviously have now Hilltop Securities, Cinder McNerney, longtime advisor to the city, working with us on them. On the sewer piece, one thing that I will note, and this is something that I imagine we're going to be coming back and having further conversations on, is for years, right? I know I've observed or been involved in some of these, obviously everybody on this committee. We've talked about the sewer, and we've talked about the deficit and having to move money from free cash and subsidizing, and we've taken hits on our credit ratings because of it, right? This is something that the rating agencies have looked at, and the council and the sewer commission worked on a new rate. We're getting to be more sustainable. We're obviously looking at the contract, but because the focus was on this really big number, right? There were a lot of little things that went unnoticed. So nothing major, nothing concerning, but more from an actual accounting point of view, things that shouldn't be paid for out of a general operating fund budget, like billing services, or, go down that road. And this is something that I know that the auditor and I have talked about. We look forward to talking with the new superintendent more about this. They've put a committee together. But it really, at the end of the day, the enterprise fund, the sewer enterprise fund, should be fully self-sustaining, the same way gas and electric is, because gas and electric actually is, unlike the waterworks, which is a separate body politic in its own right. The gas and electric is essentially an enterprise fund of the city, but it handles itself completely differently than our sewer fund does. And I've said many times in this chamber, I've said it to anybody that'll listen, when we want to look at good, sound financial practices, we need to look no further than right up the street on Suffolk Street at our friends at the Gas and Electric, because they're doing a phenomenal job. And so when I look at them and I look at the way that they as an enterprise fund interact with the city, I would love to see the sewer enterprise fund handled the same way. And I'm confident we're going to get there.
I'm sure we will. And I kind of wish we get away from enterprise funding, because the sewer is the one that we did years ago, and to me, it never made sense. But don't forget, the enterprise fund and what you're talking about, a lot of it is the wastewater treatment plant. The sewers are owned by, well, it's all owned by the city, but the sewers are still on the other side of the budget and always will be. And that's where we got to be ready for, because they're getting old. You know, our water distribution system, thanks to a guy named Dave Conti, before he retires, will be completely replaced. But sewers, we got a long way to go, and CSOs, we got a long way to go. Any other discussion? I think everybody's had it. Do we have this complied with? I think Councilor McGee would think so at this point.
Yeah, I make a motion 11's been complied with.
Motion made.
I'll second that.
Complied with. Councilor Jordan, Councilor
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Anderson Burgos. Councilor Puello.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor McGivern.
think we
And
should-
one more, and I don't think we're going to do anything, but we did receive
Yeah.
our upgrade or downgrade information from Moody's. I spent 2 long afternoons in Moody's in Manhattan on behalf of the city. I don't ever want to go back. But
I think we should just table
I think we should
12, maybe for a future
Table
discussion.
12, and we can always bring it back to a future. A lot of it's informational purposes, it is what it is, but we do have it, and we may want a discussion in the future. Motion to
second it.
table, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Let's hear it.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made,
I'll
second,
second that.
adjourned. All those in favor? Any opposed? Please stand adjourned. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Night.
Good night. Thanks for staying on, Linda.